मरकज तोयबा में मिलकर मीटिंग करती थी और भारत में हमले की प्लानिंग करती थी, जबकि जो मस्जिद सुभान अल्लाह जो जैश का चीफ मसूद अजहर का ठिकाना है वहां पर मीटिंग्स होती थी। ये दो ठिकाने भारत के लिए सरदर्द बने हुए थे कई सालों से। आप सीरीज वाइज अटैक देख लीजिए, 26/11 हमला, उसकी ट्रेनिंग मुरीदके में हुई थी, उस ठिकाने को उड़ाया गया है। संसद भवन पे जो हमला हुआ था वो मस्जिद सुभान अल्लाह में बैठकर उसकी प्लानिंग हुई थी, उसको उड़ा दिया गया। तो ये भारतीय खुफिया एजेंसियों के जरिए इंडिया टुडे को एक्सक्लूसिव जानकारी मिली है, हमारे पास उसकी तस्वीरें भी हैं, उसको उड़ा दिया गया है।
Go ahead.
I know a lot of journalists from Western countries would be following our broadcast, and we know that Pakistani military was planning a trip for journalists to Muridke, to Bahawalpur. It was scheduled today, and they will be questioning. They will be given sort of evidence that India has hit civilian targets. My one bit of advice for all of them: don't trust Indian agencies, don't trust Indian intelligence sources. Go check what David Coleman Headley told FBI. Go check what he told FBI. He said that he visited Muridke. It is in his confession. David Coleman Headley, currently in US jail, arrested by the FBI, has testified that he received trainings at Lashkar headquarters in Muridke. And as Arvind was saying, it was unthinkable. It was unthinkable that India would be in a position to hit a place like Muridke someday. So this is very important. Similarly, JEM headquarters that you see on the left side of your screen, it was unthinkable that India will be able to hit this place. POK, Balakot was kind
Yes.
of, similar. But to hit places like Jamia Subhanallah, to hit places like Markaz-e-Taiba in Muridke, it was unthinkable, and there are enough evidence. There's enough evidence as to why this place as well as Muridke has been the heart of terrorism that has been bleeding India for several decades now.
Well, Ankit, you are right, because the propaganda machinery of Pakistan is already overworking. There is so much disinformation, viewers, right now that Pakistan is trying to spread at the back of India conducting these strikes on terror launch pads in Pakistan is amazing. So, everybody's a little richer than buying in to just that with what Pakistan has to say, because, that propaganda machinery is churning over time. And let's cut across right now, viewers. I want to go, we have Mir Farid, who's joining us with more information coming in, because at the back and of India's strike on these terror launch pads and where these terrorists live, 9 areas in Pakistan, there has been heavy shelling, mortar shelling now coming in from across the LOC, from Pakistan's side in multiple areas where the LOC is concerned. There is also a travel advisory, and once again, this is not about panic. We don't want to sound alarmist at all. This is just standard operating procedure in times like this. Airlines like Air India, like Indigo, if you have a flight to Kashmir, if you have a flight to border areas, or Jodhpur, or Jaisalmer, or Punjab, then do check before you go in, because there have been changes that have been made where these flight schedules are concerned. I want to cut across to Mir. Srinagar Airport, Mir, right now stands suspended for any civilian operation as well. What more can you add?
Yes, Preeti. In fact, as you rightly said, a lot of propaganda online, a lot of fake news being peddled, but we'll basically bank on facts and what we get to know from official sources and reliable sources. Right now, I can tell you, Srinagar Airport civilian operations have been absolutely shut. Srinagar skies are silent. There was a lot of fighter jet movement around 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., but post that there has been silence. So also, we're getting reports that at least 3 locations. There have been reports of fighter jets, UAVs that have crashed in Jammu and Kashmir. One in Pampur, where I'm standing. Behind me, a school was hit. This happened at around 2:30 in the morning. And it is a fighter jet. I can confirm to you this much. And I can also tell you that this perimeter has been secured by security forces. And this fighter jet has crashed right in between a house and a school. Fortunately for the locals, it is a congested area. No one, in fact, one child has been injured in this, that much I can confirm to you, but no casualties. The remains of this fighter jet are scattered in a large area, so the Air Force is trying to secure the perimeter. We also do not have any information about the pilot, but yes, a lot of tension, and as you rightly said,
All right, Meera, I'm going to continue to come back to you, but viewers, once again, you cannot emphasize enough on how historic this night has been, where India's strike for retribution is concerned. This will be recorded as a watershed night or a red letter day when it comes down to India retaliating to Pakistan when it comes down to terror. Cutting across to Gaurav Sawant.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. It's a big, big day. India has hit back at Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror and hit at the heart of Pakistani terror in Muridke and in Bahawalpur in Pakistan, Punjab province. But that's not all. India strikes Pakistan after Pahalgam, and it's not 1 or 2, but 9 different targets across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir that have been struck overnight. Precision strike by the Army, the Navy and the Indian Air Force. Simultaneous strikes from 3 different locations at 9 different locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And this is India's Operation Sindoor. Remember what the Pakistani terrorists did in Pahalgam. They wiped out the Sindur of Indian Hindu women when they killed their husbands. The 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were killed. India has hit back. 9 different locations, from Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to Kotli, to when you come to Pakistan to Sialkot, from Sialkot to Muridke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Remember that professor of terror, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, has his headquarters in Muridke. But that's not all. Just go down to Bahawalpur, again the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province in southern Pakistan, Punjab. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. And this is not retribution just for Pahalgam. IC-814 hijack in 1999. That's the time that Maulana of terror Masood Azhar had to be released. He went to Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab and set up Jaish-e-Mohammed, which repeatedly bled India from the Parliament attack to the Pathankot attack to the Pulwama attack. Finally, that terror headquarters has been targeted as part of India's Operation Sindoor. Hafiz Muhammad Saeed's terror training camp has also been destroyed, and the information we have, this was a joint operation of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force. And India Today has the biggest team of reporters getting you 360-degree perspective of the precision strikes in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir using the Rafale fighter jets. You had the Sukhoi 30 MKIs, you had the Mirage 2000s, and there's a massive exercise of the Indian Air Force that's currently underway. I want to quickly cut across to Pampur in Jammu and Kashmir. Joining me now from Ground Zero is India Today's Mir Fareed. Mir, massive strikes into Pakistan, but Pakistan is also talking about a process where it will hit back. What's the latest situation on ground?
Well, Gaurav, obviously, a lot of tension. Two, three things I can confirm to you straight away is that Srinagar Civil Airport, civil traffic has been shut at Srinagar Airport. And right now, I'm in Pampur. Now, as we have been reporting since morning, early morning, that there's a fighter jet that has crashed in this particular location. The remains of this jet are scattered in a large area. Air Force Garud commandos and everyone has come to the location. The periphery has been completely sealed. But just to give you an idea of where it has happened, I'll ask Tariq. This is the tree. In fact, the chinar tree has taken the brunt of this particular crash, because otherwise it's a civilian built-up area and there could have been casualties. Right now, we won't speculate whose plane is this. Obviously, defense officials will come up with clarity on the same. But we've been told that at least 3 such incidents have happened across Jammu and Kashmir at 3 locations, and all 3 locations being secured by the Air Force and the
Stay with me for a moment for the benefit of viewers who are joining us. I want to get you the latest. 14 days after the Pahalgam terror attack by Pakistan, India strikes back. India targeted 9 locations across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and the precision strike exactly at 01:44 hours. 1:44 in the morning, 9 targets acquired. Successful hit by the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force. Now, there were 4 targets in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir and 5 in Pakistan. The targets in Pakistan, very, very significant. They include Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Muridke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Sialkot and Sarjal. There's a special ammunition that was used to target these terror camps. These were PGMs or precision-guided munition. You had the Scalp cruise missiles fired off a Rafale. You also had the Hammer missile precision munition. Once again, Hammer as in highly agile modular munition of an extended range that can hit a target almost 70 kilometers away. And the Scalp cruise missile, also known as the Storm Shadow, that can hit a target more than 500 kilometers away. India has demolished the masjid linked to the Pahalgam terror attack mastermind, the professor of terror, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, a UN-designated terrorist. The mosque, which was close to the place where Hafiz Saeed lived, has been taken down. Sources say that mosque was linked to Lashkar-e-Taiba activities. Not just that, the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, the Markaz-e-Taiba, has also been demolished. The attack was carried out using 4 precision the munition at 4 different locations in Pakistan and of course also in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Sources are telling India Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi constantly monitored the entire operation from his 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence. The operation also involved a joint strike by the Army, the Navy and the Air Force. So you had the Rafale Omni Roll fighter jets that were involved in these operations, firing the Scalp cruise missile, a long-range air-launched cruise missile with a 500 kilometers plus range with a 450-kilogram warhead. It has a 2-stage detonation. Stage 1 is penetration and stage 2 is blast fragmentation. The images that you see on your television screen are images that have been shot from a mobile phone camera in Pakistan at that massive destruction, that massive explosion that took place once the Scalps and the Hammers found their target. But that's not all. Seaborne strikes were also carried out as part of the coordinated attacks at Bahawalpur. India, of course, has now informed global powers after the attack on Pakistan terror training camps and launch pads. Sources tell India Today top Indian diplomats have spoken to their counterparts, not just in the United States of America, but also in Russia, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Immediately after the strikes, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, he briefed his US counterpart Marco Rubio. Donald Trump, the US president, has reacted, saying he hopes tensions will end soon, will de-escalate. Now, I want to show you on a map not just of Pakistan, but also of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir for a better appreciation of the wide range of targets that were acquired, not just Muzaffarabad and Kotli in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but Sialkot, Bahawalpur and Muridke in Pakistan. We are also told Chakamru was targeted just across, and for these, each and every target was very carefully chosen. So take a look at that map in front of you. When you talk about Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, I want you to look at Muzaffarabad. Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Muzaffarabad, we are told 2 targets in Muzaffarabad, 2 terror launch pads and training camps. Kotli, just come south of that in Gulpur and Bimbar. Now you've come on the other side in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, the area opposite Jammu where Gulpur and Bimbar were targeted. Come down even further, Sialkot was targeted, and now you come to the main strikes that took place at Muridke and at Bahawalpur. And like I told you, Chakamru was also targeted. Now, Muridke is very significant. Muridke is the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So very carefully chosen targets to send across a very clear message. And Indian Army in a statement said no Pakistani military installation was targeted. There is no escalation from the Indian side. A fortnight was given to Pakistan to act on terror, and only those terror camps, launch pads and headquarters have been targeted. We are told immediately after this, Pakistan retaliated with a massive artillery barrage along the line of control. Pakistan's opened fire in the Poonch, Rajouri, Mendar and Bimbargali sectors south of Pir Panjal. We are told there is some heightening of tensions even on the northern side of Pir Panjal. But I want to show you the images of the Markaz or the terror training camp that was targeted in Bahawalpur. Perhaps one of the most significant areas to be taken down was the Subhan Allah Mosque. That's the information that's coming in. Bahawalpur is the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is where Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists were trained to launch attacks into India, including the Pulwama attack of 2019. We are told several Jaish commanders associated with operations in Afghanistan were used to visit this Markaz for terror training, meetings and planning. More details that we've been able to gather in this We Get to India Today exclusive. Markaz-e-Subhanallah is the Bahawalpur mosque that was taken down. This is all that remains. So the picture that you see on one side of your television screen is what that Markaz-Subhanallah or that mosque Subhanallah looked like. And the image on the right is a precision strike that took place at that location. So Markaz-e-Subhanallah is situated along the Karachi-Torkham highway in Pakistan. It's right on the outskirts of Bahawalpur in the southern part of Pakistan's Punjab province. As the crow flies from the Indian border, it's about 180 kilometers, less than 200 kilometers. It's a 15-acre facility functioning as the main training and indoctrination center of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now, this strike is very, very significant because this is where Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists planned. For example, like we just told you, the Pulwama terror attack of February 14, 2019, the perpetrators were trained here. Leadership of top Jaish-e-Mohammed modules are present here. Residences of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists are there, including the Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar. He's apparently currently in protective custody either in Islamabad or in Rawalpindi, but the de facto chief of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Mufti Abdul Rauf Asgar, he's also handling operations control. He was also living here. Yusuf Azhar, also known as Ustad Gauri, he was also living here. Gauri, he's the head of the armed wing. We are also told that several other relatives of that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, including Maulana Ammar and Talha Saif, were living here. But it's not just about the terror commanders who were living here. What is extremely significant is the fact that you had at least 600 terrorists undergoing training at this terror main training camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed at Bahawalpur. What was the training like? Information that India today has been able to gather, and not just overnight but over several years. The training included arms training, physical fitness training, religious indoctrination. Maulana Rafiqullah, for example, is one of the chief instructors who radicalizes youth to train them as Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists to launch attacks into India. The training includes archery, swimming, diving, horseback riding for physical fitness. The infrastructure, we are told, and this is information that we have from way back in 2018, even before the Pulwama attack of 2019, they have a gymnasium, they have a swimming pool. Apparently, they also have the Al-Hajima Center, which is a therapy center. They have stables and riding grounds here. Funding sources, apart from Pakistan Army and ISI funding them directly, there are Pakistani provincial and federal authorities that have been training them. They've been able to get overseas funds. Their recent activities of terror, on the 30th of November 2024, Masood Azhar made a public address at this Markaz after a 2-year gap. Massive anti-India rhetoric you heard, including revenge for the construction of the Sri Ram temple and the demolition of the Babri structure. Events that were attended by senior Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, including his brother Talha Saif and son Abdullah Masood. So despite international pressure, Jaish-e-Mohammed continued to operate. Pakistan government took no action against it. And Government of India, in a statement very clearly, has said Pakistan had a fortnight to act against Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, but when they didn't, because of that continuous threat that India receives from these places, India had to target these terrorist training camps and launch pads. I once again want to quickly bring in Mir Farid into this conversation, and India Today's biggest team of reporters join us on our special broadcast and continuing coverage. We've been live. 1:44 is when India struck multiple targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and we've been live throughout the night and get you more updates. Mir, the situation in Jammu and Kashmir, especially along the LC, as far as the situation south of Pir Panjal is concerned, but also the threats that come from Pakistan of retaliatory strikes. What more can you tell us about India's preparations?
Well, Gaurav, India is prepared because they expected. Now, obviously, there could be escalation. This is historic in many ways, unprecedented, where simultaneously 8 to 9 locations, which were the heart of Jaish operations in POK, have been hit. Pakistan, be it DG, ISPR and other people who are coming on the media are claiming that they will hit back, they will retaliate. So obviously all army formations, air force bases are on the highest alert. Right now I'm in Pampur. There have been also reports of some fighter jets or UAVs being brought down, or they have crashed at 3 locations in Jammu and Kashmir. One where I am, Pampur, this area has been secured. But to your question, line of control is hot right now. Very heavy artillery shelling all along the line of control. We've got reports from Tangdar, which has faced major damage. Even Tangdar market has been smashed by artillery shelling. At least 3 people have been killed in this shelling. Many are injured. Civil targets have been hit. On the other hand, if you talk of international border, that also I can tell you is silent. Jammu international border all along, BSF is deployed. There have been no incident of firing. It is tense, but it is silent. But the line of control areas all along, be it any sector, is witnessing very heavy shelling right now. So as far as these incidents, the fighter jets that have crashed, we'll wait for official confirmation on the same. Right now, search operation has been launched to track down the pilot who's missing, but debris is being collected, and Air Force and all belt forces are here, and area has been completely sealed.
Stay with me as I quickly bring into this conversation Captain D.K. Sharma, former spokesperson of the Indian Navy, someone who's been tracking Navy's movements very closely. And Captain Sharma, what do you make of India's precision strikes? And we are told these were tri-services strikes. The Indian Navy also had assets that were involved in this. Were the Navy's assets to target Bahawalpur in deep Pakistan's southern part in Punjab province, where the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters has been taken down, Captain Sharma?
Morning, Gaurav, and very good morning to all my fellow Indians. This is a great news that, well, it was a little delayed. Patience was running out, but a solid, saturated, multi-pronged, coordinated precision strikes have happened over the last 3 hours, and I'm sure they are going to continue. And as Gaurav, we are bringing out, it is a triad service kind of an operation. And it is best that we don't talk about it. We only talk where it has been hit. From where it is coming, it's a process which is happening as we speak. So I will not comment on that from where, which axis it is coming out. But it is a action which has been focused, measured, and in my opinion, non-escalatory in nature. And why do I say non-escalatory in nature? Because it has not targeted any military bases, facilities, or for that matter, heavy populated areas.
But as you very rightly pointed out, there's massive tension. There's massive tension all along, not just the line of control, but all along the India-Pakistan border, because Pakistan is talking about retaliation. And I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Sunilji Bhatt, who joins us from the Akhnur border belt south of Pir Panjal. Sunilji, we were told the LC opened up south of Pir Panjal. I hear lots of chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh also said that, but bring us details. What's the current situation?
Gaurav, right now I'm standing near the line of control in the Jammu and Kashmir's Akhnur sector, and as soon as the people here got to know about India's retaliatory action against Pakistan, people erupted in joy. And even right now you can see that the patriotic people of Jammu and Kashmir, of Jammu region, are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans, and they came out of their houses and they are trying to boost the morale of our security personnel. There you see that there is deployment of the Indian Army personnel, Jammu and Kashmir police personnel. All through the night there were sounds of sirens that blared here. People were in panic at that time, but early in the morning when they got to know that we have hit hard Pakistan, people erupted in joy, and even now they are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogan. मुझे बताइए, भारत ने जो पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ ठोस कार्रवाई की है, लश्कर के मुख्यालय को ध्वस्त किया गया है, वहां पर जैश के मुख्यालय के पास जो उनके आतंकी ठिकाने हैं उनको ध्वस्त किया गया है, कितना बड़ा समझते हैं आप, कितना महत्वपूर्ण समझते हैं आप?
जी सर, हाँ, जैसे आपको देखने से लग रहा है युवाओं में काफी जोश है। इससे हम सब गांव वासियों को बहुत ही खुशी है जो इंडियन आर्मी ने पाकिस्तान आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एयर स्ट्राइक की है।
हाँ, मुझे बताइए कि पहलगाम में जो बर्बर आतंकी हमला हुआ, मासूम लोगों को निशाना बनाया गया, उसके बाद समूचा देश जो है शोक में था, दुखी था। अभी आप बताइए मुझे कि जिस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान को एक मुंहतोड़ जवाब दिया गया है, क्या माहौल है अब यहाँ पर गांव में?
ये बहुत ही खुशी का माहौल है। यही एक आज का यही नियम है, अगर आप हमारे घर में घुसोगे तो हम भी आपके घर घुस के ही मारेंगे।
So Gaurav, घर में घुसकर मारेंगे. That's the people. That's what the people here are saying. That India is going to hit hard Pakistan, and we have proven it today. Even after Uri terror attack, we carried out surgical strikes. After the Pulwama terror attack, we carried out air strike. But Pakistan did not mend its ways. Pakistan continued to sponsor terrorism against India. And the tipping point was reached now. People were saying enough was enough. Now it was time to hit hard Pakistan. And that's what our armed forces have done in a well-coordinated operation. We have carried out these strikes against Pakistan, not only in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but deep inside Pakistan in Pakistan's Punjab province. Gaurav, back to you.
Oh, absolutely. That's such a significant step that the precision strike has been carried out not just in POJK, but also in Pakistan's Punjab province, because that is where it hurts Pakistan's military jihad infrastructure when Pakistan's Punjab province is targeted, whether it's Muridke or Bahawalpur, or the fact that Chakamru and Sialkot have also been targeted, or when you come to the belt in POJK, you've had 4 targets there from Kotli to Muzaffarabad and 2 strikes in Muzaffarabad. Why Muridke? Very, very significant question, because Muridke is the headquarters of that professor of terror, UN designated terrorist Hafiz Mohammed Saeed. Incidentally, Lashkar-e-Taiba is also a UN-designated banned terrorist organization, and yet Pakistan Army and government refused to take action against this professor of terror, Hafiz Mohammed Saeed. He changed the name of his organization, first from Lashkar-e-Taiba to Jamaat-ud-Dawa, and then Milli Muslim League, and he floated a political party. His son and family have contested elections, and he continues to preach. Can you imagine a UN-designated banned terrorist leading the Eid Namaz at the Gaddafi Stadium in Pakistan? And this is exactly what Hafiz Mohammed Saeed did. Finally, India decided that meeting that you see of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the information is he kept monitoring the latest developments through the night, but that was that meeting that took place immediately after the Pahalgam terror attack, where the Prime Minister gave a green signal to the armed forces to decide when and where and how they would hit back, but there was clear signal to them to hit back so that there are unimaginable consequences for the terror state Pakistan. So the Indian armed forces launched what is aptly being called Operation Sindoor. And they targeted terrorist training camps and launch pads, not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but also in Pakistan's Punjab province. Remember, Pakistani terrorists had killed 26 tourists in Pahalgam. India Today has accessed details of Operation Sindoor. Sources tell India Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was watching and monitoring the entire operation, all inputs that were being given to him, not just by the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, but all the information that was filtering in. The primary targets were Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, from their headquarters to their launch pads to their training camps, not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir, but also in Pakistan's Punjab province. Sources say the Prime Minister monitored Operation Sindoor. He was briefed by the NSA. The Indian Air Force used the Scalp missile. The Indian Air Force, now, the Storm Shadow. It is a subsonic cruise missile. It has a very small radar signature, so very difficult to catch this missile once launched from the Rafale fighter jets. But it has a range of about 500 kilometers plus. The Indian version has extended range, so way inside Indian territory, because as the crow flies, Bahawalpur is about 180 odd kilometers, Muridke is just about between 70 and 80 kilometers. So that is where the Scalp cruise missile was used. It's a long-range air-launched cruise missile, also known as the Storm Shadow. The range, like I said, about 500 kilometers plus. The warhead, it has a 450 kg warhead. What's extremely significant is it's a two-stage warhead. The first part of the detonation is that it penetrates the target, and then it detonates and it fragments. So even if you're hiding in a bunker, it will first penetrate and then explode. So you have no chances of survival. It's a very widely used weapon as far as the French Air Force or NATO forces are concerned. It's been used in Syria, it's been used in Libya. Now, of course, it's also been used in Pakistan's Punjab province. It has the GPS guidance system. It has the inertial navigation system. It's compatible, like I said, with the Rafale Omni-Role fighter jets of the Indian Air Force. It penetrates hardened underground bunkers before explosion. What is extremely significant are the stealth features. Low cross-section, it can not be spotted easily on the radar. But the other part is also extremely significant. It can evade jammers, it can evade incoming missiles and then go and hit the target. So Scalp was one of the weapons of choice as far as this operation was concerned, but that wasn't the only one. Let me also tell you about the Hammer system. The Hammer, or the highly agile modular munition extended range. So HAMMER, highly agile modular munition, ER, extended range. Especially this ER, as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned, again, it's a precision-guided bomb kit. It can be fitted onto a standard bomb. of 250 kgs, 500 kgs, up to 1000 kgs, and it makes it a precision-guided munition with a range of about 60 to 70 kilometers. Again, it has INS and GPS guidance system. It has the infrared imaging. It also has the laser designator guidance system. Again, the launch platform, the Rafale fighter jets. What are its special capabilities? High precision weapon. Once you launch this weapon, it also has this all-weather capability. It will go and hit its target. Again, its stealth features are amazing. What is extremely significant about the Hammer is the mid-flight correction of its trajectory. So, almost impossible for a target to escape, because if the target tries to move, the system can move, and mid-flight it can change its course and target its intended target, whether it is a mosque in Bahawalpur or a training camp of Lashkar-e-Taiba in Murid. But I want to talk about India's game changer. Remember in 2019 when India struck Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balakot, and the next day when Pakistan mounted Operation Swift Retort, what is it that the then Chief of Air Staff said? If India had the Rafales, we'd be in a better position. India did not have the Rafales then. India has 36 Rafale fighter jets now. And let me tell you a little more about that platform, that Rafale Omni-Role fighter jet that was used by the Indian Air Force to fire these Scalp and the Hammer missiles. Now, the Meteor beyond visual range missile, it outclasses any AMRAAM that is fired by an F-16 of the Pakistani Air Force. Again, the stealth features for better targeting and better target tracking. Engagement much better than a Pakistani F-16 or even the JF-17 Thunders used by the Pakistan Air Force. The Rafales have advanced avionics, their electronic warfare system, their jammers. They can jam any Pakistani incoming missile or even their radars that are aimed at targeting these aircraft. May I also tell you one very important aspect? Capable of carrying up to 9 tons of weapons on board. They can refuel mid-air. So once they get airborne with more ammunition, with the 9 tons of payload, they can do mid-air refueling with your mid-air refuelers. The AVAX also is your eye in the sky. And now they're completely integrated. That integration is a part of India's multi-domain operation warfare system, integrated with the AVAX, integrated with your systems. And I want to quickly now cut across to India today's Shivani Sharma, who joins us with more on this. Shivani, so we know it was a tri-services operation. The Rafales were used, the Mirages were used, the Su-30 MKIs were used. But tell us more about those 9 targets. How were they taken down? And Shivani, Pakistan is not going to just stay quiet. Pakistan attempted a strike back. We are told Pakistan is heating up the LC. What else are we preparing for, Shivani?
Gaurav, certainly this is not a small or a usual kind of an operation. This happens to be one of the biggest airstrikes that India has taken at midnight at 9 specific targets in Pakistan and POJK, where all these terror outfits have been destroyed. That's what we are getting to know. And this was not a Air Force precision strike. It was an involved action by all the 3 forces, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy and the Indian Army. So a well-coordinated, strategically planned operation that took several days and a lot of meetings that happened, deliberations we were witnessing with Prime Minister Narendra Modi monitoring the whole preparation, and he had already given a operational freedom to the forces and a choice to these forces how and where they want to strike. So a lot of intelligence inputs were also involved, and all these 9 locations in Pakistan and POJK have been hit hard. Bahawalpur and other places where the hubs of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hafiz Saeed, they all have been struck hard using precision munition, loitering munitions and the Hammer and other missile systems that we have. And all the assets of the Indian Air Force were pushed into action, including the Rafale jets that are the game changers for us. And we are seeing a lot of action still happening along the line of control, Gaurav, where Pakistan has resorted to heavy artillery firing that goes on. 3 civilians have lost their lives in different locations while India is responding befittingly. The whole situation is being monitored. The forces are deployed along the borders. The air assets are activated. And in the seas also, the Navy is vigilant. So there were Navy's P-8Is involved. There were Rafales involved in this action. There were multiple other aircraft of the Indian Air Force that were involved in the action. There were special forces that were involved. So a lot of deliberation has gone into this operation, and Operation Sindoor is successful. And we are seeing senior officials from the Indian Army that are turning their DPs to Operation Sindoor, and they say that justice has been served. That means this has been a very successful operation. We are awaiting the briefing that's going to take place at 10 a.m., where we'll be getting more details of the casualties and the destruction which Operation Sindoor has done to these terror outfits without even
What about
touching
Pakistan's
the infrastructure,
retaliation?
the
What can you
civil
quickly
infrastructure
tell me
and the
about
military
Pakistan's
infrastructure?
retaliation, Shivani?
See, Pakistan has already admitted and acknowledged these attacks, these terror strikes, and a statement that had come right after these precision strikes had happened. And it says that it reserves the right to retaliation. But meanwhile, what we are seeing that there are reports and inputs coming in that Pakistan has also pressed its air assets into action. Its aircraft are already in their airspace, and they are close to the borders too. But Indian Army, Indian Air Force, they are all prepared. And on the other hand, Pakistan has also activated its resources on ground in terms of the hospitals where the emergency has been declared. All the forces have been already deployed along the line of control, where we've been seeing a lot of operational preparedness from Pakistan's side too. And the Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan had been on the review. So now we see some escalatory action from Pakistan coming up in terms of the artillery firing happening, and also the air assets that are activated. We are awaiting more inputs onto the damages, the reports of the damages that are also coming on our side too. So we have to wait and watch and be vigilant about the fake news propaganda that the Pakistan has been running since the Operation Sindoor was declared successful. So we have to wait for the formal official
information. Stay with me. I also want to bring in Ankit, my colleague, joining us with more on the story. Shivani, stay with me. Captain Sharma stays with me on this big broadcast. But Ankit, what more can you tell us about the choice of the targets, the Jaish headquarters, the Lashkar headquarters? This is retribution not just for Pahalgam, but pain that Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror has given India over decades, from IC-814 hijack to Parliament attack to Pathankot to Pulwama and of course Pahalgam, Ankit.
Well, Gaurav, what was unthinkable has happened. You know, it was one thing to be able to strike locations in POK. It was one thing to strike locations in Balakot. But what has happened today or last night is something very much different. The nerve center of terrorism in Pakistan, Muridke, Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur has been targeted successfully. We have a set of satellite pictures. Remember, India today, 2 months back, used satellite pictures to show why Jaish-e-Mohammed HQ was so important. There was visual evidence to show that the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been expanding over the years. Now, this on your screens is the satellite pictures, one of the prominent targets hit by the Indian armed forces. This particular building is called Jamia Subhanallah. This particular building is called Jamia Subhanallah. Now we have visual evidence to confirm that over past 2-3 years, this compound has increased dramatically. You see these marks marked in red. This is where the expansion has been happening over the years. Remember, Pakistan was whitelisted from FATF's grey list for doing enough to curtail terrorism. And throughout all those months and years, the HQ of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur has been expanding. You know, there is even a swimming pool there. These red marks that you see, these part of the compound have come up over past few months and years. Remember, this building is known as Jamia Subhanallah. Earlier today, the Pakistan ministry confirmed that this particular building has been hit. Again, these are the auxiliary parts. What we are given to understand is that a lot of construction has been happening in this part of the compound. Some residential places, maybe some hostels. There was also a madrasa here. One of the key targets, why this place was so important, Gaurav. Unlike Balakot, this is not a semi-permanent place. This was supposed to be so safe for Masood Azhar because a Pakistan Air Force base is just right here in this town, and right on this highway is the HQ of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Masood Azhar, Maulana Asghar Rauf, all his associates felt so safe staying here because they believed because there is a PAF base in this particular city, they will be safe. But what has been achieved today, it is unparalleled. Similarly, the other target, Murid Ke, the HQ of Lashkar-e-Toba, you know, Pakistani military was trying a propaganda operation. They were supposed to take all the foreign journalists today for a tour to Bahawalpur and Murid Ke. I know a lot of them have been following India Today broadcast. One important point, Gaurav, don't go by Indian media reporting. Don't go by what Indian military is saying. Just go and check what David Coleman Headley told FBI. David Coleman Headley, the key plotter, arrested by FBI, currently serving prison in the US, is on record saying that he visited Murid Ke. There was a Lashkar camp in Murid Ke. Tahawur Rana visited Murid Ke. So that is why Murid Ke is so important. And this place, fighters, militants, terrorists from Afghanistan were brought here to listen to Maulana Masood Azhar. And this place was supposed to be the Abbottabad, the new Abbottabad of Pakistan. Why? Because because of its proximity with the Pakistan Air Force base. And this place has been hit. So this is why we are calling it the unthinkable in terms of what Masood Azhar, the likes of Hafiz Saeed, has been thinking. The unthinkable has happened. This visual
and
proof
that is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said. That's exactly what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, that the punishment would be unimaginable, it would be unthinkable, and that's exactly what has happened, and this is just the beginning. Should there be a retaliation from Pakistan, that would be escalation, because remember, India has very clearly said they've only targeted terrorists and terror training camps and launch pads and not any Pakistani military installation. In retaliation, if Pakistan were to attack a military installation in India, that would be an act of war, that would be escalation, and India then reserves the right to hit back. And when you talk about the escalation ladder, India's assessment is that India is on top of that escalation ladder. But the world is worried. Now, there are multiple voices from across the world who are now saying that there should be restraint that must be exercised. Immediately after the strikes, India reached out to interlocutors in the United States of America, in Russia, in the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates about the strikes. Sources tell India Today that senior Indian officials, including National Security Advisor, spoke to his counterpart in the United States of America. Ajit Doval spoke to Marco Rubio about the strikes. Now, we have a reaction from US President Donald Trump, who said, I hope it ends very quickly. He said, it's a shame this has been going on for such a long time. He said he knew that something was going to happen. He urges both sides to de-escalate quickly. Listen in to US President Donald Trump.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades.
Any message to
and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
I just hope it ends very quickly is what the US President Donald Trump has said. But will it end or will it escalate?
A little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been.
I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Simar Chawla, who joins us with more on this. He's at Shubham Dwivedi's residence. Remember, he was one of those who was killed. And Simar, this is Operation Sindoor, the Sindur that the Pakistani terrorists had wiped out. Shubham Dwivedi was killed. You are with his wife. Bring us her first reaction to this information as she hears it from you.
Well, Gaurav, Operation Sindoor has been named for this whole operation that went out at night. Right now, we are present at the residence of Shubham Dwivedi. We are being joined with his wife. Remember, Shubham was the first victim who lost his life, who was the victim of the terror attack, who was the victim of, the bullet that came from, in fact, the terrorist in the Pahalgam terror attack. Aishanya, yes, thank you for speaking to India today. What is your first reaction? The airstrikes have been conducted by the government. Are you satisfied?
I am satisfied, and the moment I read the operation name Sindur, I went and I saw Shubham's photo and I was crying because it is actually a very personal thing. ये नाम रख के मोदी जी ने या जिन्होंने भी ये नाम सोचा है उन्होंने ना बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हम जितनी 26 औरतें उनसे कनेक्ट किया है और शायद कहीं ना कहीं हम सबको ये लग रहा है कि ये पर्सनल लेवल पे उन्होंने जाके हमारे लिए बदला लिया है.
I remember interviewing you a few days back. You said that the action is not enough. Do you think it's enough now? Or more needs to be done?
That time also I said कि आतंकवाद खत्म होना चाहिए जहाँ पे भी हैं जो भी हैं जैसे भी हैं. मेरा किसी देश या किसी कहीं से भी किसी मजहब किसी से नहीं मेरा था आतंकवाद खत्म होने चाहिए. उन्होंने 9 आतंकवादी स्पॉट को टारगेट करके मारा है. 9 आतंकवादी स्पॉट वहाँ पे जितने और आतंकवादी ट्रेनिंग ले रहे होंगे नए बन रहे होंगे शायद पल रहे होंगे उन्हें खत्म किया है. एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल. थैंक यू सो मच.
Terrorists told you after killing Shubham that go and tell your government that we did this. Now the government has taken a step. How do you see this?
I feel really proud to be an Indian. I'm really proud कि वापस मेरे अंदर वो हिम्मत है कि मैं शायद फिर किसी को पलट के बोलूँगी कि मैं हिंदू हूँ.
We had a discussion last time about the community, the Hinduism and everything. Now the terrorist outfits have been targeted. The locations of terrorists have been targeted in this very particular attack. So as you said that the terrorism should be finished. Do you think that this is the crackdown on terrorism by the government? Do you think that it's enough or more needs to be done in the upcoming days?
I don't know this is enough, but I just know that this is the starting of the end of this terrorism. ये शुरुआत है आतंकवाद खत्म होने की. ये 9 खत्म किए हैं जितने और हैं वो भी ढूंढ के खत्म करेंगे. इतना हमें विश्वास है और आज ये करके मोदी जी ने विश्वास दिला दिया है कि हम अब आतंकवाद नहीं अलाउ करेंगे. हम नहीं झेलेंगे. उन्हें खत्म कर देंगे.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi also gave a statement कि जो टेररिस्ट हैं उनकी जो ज़मीन है ऑपरेट करने की वो कम पड़ जाएगी और उनकी ज़मीन बची हुई ज़मीन भी हम खत्म कर देंगे.
मैं ये स्टेटमेंट्स आप ही के लोगों के थ्रू सुन रही हूँ और मैं बहुत कहीं ना कहीं आज मैंने द मोमेंट आई सी ऑल दिस नाउ मैंने अपनी बहन को मैसेज किया है नाउ हिज सोल विल रेस्ट इन पीस. एंड ट्रूली आई फील दैट समवे वेयरएवर ही इज. अब वो ऊपर देख के ना खुश हो रहा होगा कि हाँ चल मैं गया अब और नहीं जाएंगे इस आतंकवाद की वजह से. और मैंने तो पहले भी बोला है आतंकवाद इसलिए खत्म होना चाहिए क्योंकि और शुभम नहीं मरने चाहिए.
रात भर आपने जो ऑपरेशन है उसके बाद की जो डिटेल्स हैं वो देखी, सोई नहीं है आप कई रातों से. अब लगता है कि कुछ सुकून की नींद आएगी.
ये पूरा घर अब शायद चैन से सो पाएगा, चैन से रह पाएगा. हमसे जुड़े हुए बहुत लोग हैं जो आके मैं देखती हूँ वो रोज मुझे बस सुन के रो रहे हैं मेरे पास आके. अब वो शायद वो भी थोड़ा सब खुश हैं इस बदले से. सब कहीं ना कहीं देख पा रहे हैं कि हाँ हमें अगर आप कुछ करोगे तो हम उस चीज़ का बदला हमारी सरकार लेगी.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Ashanya. So Gaurav, you heard the first reaction She said that Shubham's soul, might be feeling relieved, and it's a sense of satisfaction for her and her family, who have went through a lot. But now, since this operation has taken place, she placed her trust in the government.
Yes.
So this is the reaction from the family as of now. Gaurav. Back to you.
Very, very powerful words from Shubham Dwivedi's wife. Look at what she says. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken revenge for all of us, for all the widows, for all the women who lost their husbands. The fact that it's called Operation Sindoor, it was personal for us. It's personal, the manner in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi ordered the targeting of these 9 locations for these terrorists to be eliminated. But that's not all. She says, maybe now, once again, I will be able to say without fear, I am Hindu. मैं फिर बोल सकूंगी, मैं हिंदू हूँ. That is what Shubham Dwivedi's wife just told India Today. And why? Because her husband was the first to be killed by these Pakistani terrorists who came and asked the religion. And when he proudly said he's Hindu, he was shot dead at point blank range. And when she said, kill me too, you know what they said? Go tell Modi, go tell your government. And this is now the response. This is the response from government of India. The Pakistani terrorists have been targeted, the terror launch pads, the terror training centers, they've been neutralized. Big story coming in. Sources are telling India Today, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken to the 3 services chiefs, and this is very significant because there is still clear and present danger. Remember, Pakistan will and is trying to strike back in response to Operation Sindoor. That Operation Sindoor that was conducted at 1:44 a.m. to be precise. Now, Pakistan has started responding along the line of control, but we are also told that Pakistani Air Force fighter jets are trying to target multiple locations in India. And there's a threat they've issued. We'll tell you more about it. I want to quickly bring in India Today's Piyush Mishra for more on this. Piyush, what more can you tell us about the meetings that are on Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's interaction with the 3 services chiefs? Because Piyush, there is still clear and present danger.
Well, certainly, Gaurav, at 10 a.m. everything will be clear. The Minister of Defense is going to tell us about the operations those have been carried out against Pakistan. At 10 a.m. press conference will be addressed by the senior officials and everything will be clear. But one thing is clear that India has retaliated hard. All 9 targets were successful. PM Narendra Modi was monitoring each and every development throughout the night. At 11 o'clock, Gaurav, there is a cabinet meeting also that will be chaired by PM Narendra Modi at his residence. So what we're also learning from our sources is that just before the cabinet meeting, the cabinet committee on security meet will also take place, in which all top mantris of Modi cabinet, including Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, S. Shankar will be present, and most likely NSAG Dobal will also be there. You would remember that in the last 2 weeks, PM Narendra Modi has held multiple meetings. The day he was back in India after cutting short his Saudi Arabia trip, he was briefed by senior officials, and then since then he has been holding multiple meetings. And last we also heard from Prime Minister where he was quoted where he said
with me for
that
a moment and joining me now on India Today on this big momentous day. On India Today, with me is Air Chief Marshal Rakesh Kumar Singh Bhadoria, former Chief of Air Staff. Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria, your appreciation of India's strikes at 9 different locations, sir. Your first response.
No, very clearly, it's a very robust response to the terrorist act at Pahalgam in terms of the choice of targets, the number of targets, the nature of targets. And it's a very clear message what Honorable Prime Minister has said, to inflict unimaginable punishment on the terrorists and their backers. This is exactly what it is. and it has been effective from what I can make out in terms of all
Okay.
that is being shown. So very clearly, a very strong step, a very clear message to the terrorists, very clear message to the backers in Pakistan and to the world that we are not going to take this anymore.
So, Air Chief Marshal, for the benefit of our viewers, what would have been the thought process behind the choice of targets from Muzaffarabad to Kotli to Gulpur? Let's talk about the targets in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir first, before I come to targets in Pakistan's Punjab province, because these targets clearly were very carefully chosen, not just for the impact, but for the messaging to Pakistan's military jihad infrastructure, sir.
Absolutely, very clearly, very deliberately chosen, and it would have been after a lot of due diligence in terms of who were responsible for Pahalgam, what was their network, were their connections, and who all were the backers. So that entire backer network has been targeted. Their infrastructure has been targeted. The terrorist sites have been targeted, where they get trained or assemble or are directed, control room, etc. So I think if you just see the numbers and
okay,
all terrorist targets, not a single military target, and it's been made very clear by the government. In terms of how strong the response is, it is a very, very strong response for what they did at Pahalgam.
Let me now come to the big target, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke or the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur. You wargamed this many times in the past. This time, it was actually executed, and I'm told executed with precision. The choice of weapons, the rafales, the scalps, the hammers. For the benefit of our viewers, explain the significance of Muridke and Bahawalpur, Air Chief Marshal Bhadoria.
No, these targets, again, in a normal case, these are very big targets and very, very known targets, but in a normal response, probably they won't get targeted. But this time, very clear directions were that the backers and everybody, they are not to be left. So, firstly, very strong choice of target. Uh, Secondly, the kind of weapons used would be a combination of precision weapons. From what I can see from the pictures of the weapons, I don't have information or feedback from the Air Force or all the defense services involved. But going by the pictures of damage seen and some of the videos that are coming out, very clearly there are a combination of high caliber bombs, all precision targets, and smaller precision weapons. Maybe some loitering munition used too. And you asked about Rafale in terms of scalp and hammer. They are very effective weapons. Scalp particularly has a very long range, a lot of standoff distance, and big explosive warhead. So overall, I think it's a combination that has been used and very effectively.
So scalp and hammer, the rafales, I want to specifically spend a moment more on Muridke first, and then I will come to Bahawalpur. This is extremely significant. Perhaps from your younger days in the Air Force to the time that you headed the Indian Air Force, Muridke was the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. So from the Parliament attack to multiple attacks we've had, Mumbai 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Raghunath Temple attack, various other attacks that took place, it was always traced back to Muridke and Lashkar-e-Taiba and that professor of terror Hafiz Muhammad Saeed. Why was a decision not taken earlier to target Muridke? And in your appreciation, why was it taken now to target Muridke and the Lashkar headquarters, sir?
No, I would put it this way, that last time it was done, it was a very well thought out target and calibrated to what kind of response that was required at that time. This time, the nature of barbaric act and the way it was implemented, and the fact that in spite of the warning last time, they decided to do it again. So, Honorable Prime Minister had given very clear direction that the punishment to the terrorists and their backers has to be unimaginable, and it is clearly the choice has emerged from there in terms of numbers, in terms of kind of targets. So it is a very, very strong message that no terrorist infrastructure stroke hideout is safe from us. You do such an act, we will get you wherever you are.
And that also includes Bahawalpur, because once again, I've covered IC-814 hijack. I've covered the release of that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar. I've covered the parliament attack, the Pulwama attack, the Pathankot attack, and a series of other attacks that took place, including Pahalgam. The tragedy is, it was always traced back to Jaish-e-Mohammed. It was always traced back to Maulana Masood Azhar. But Bahawalpur in the past was never targeted. This time, in Pakistan's Punjab province, in southern Punjab, Bahawalpur has also been targeted. So is that a message to Pakistan that there are no-go areas as far as Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror is concerned, sir? Bahawalpur, again, why wasn't it targeted earlier? Why targeted now?
Again, very clear message. Absolutely. I think that is the intent. Very clear message. All terrorist networks, all terrorist infrastructure will be targeted should there be any such act. So this is clearly what is meant to be conveyed to the terrorist network itself and to Pakistani government. I think they have to realize and get their hands and fingers out of support to terrorism. They are directly complicit.
They are directly complicit. You've made that point, sir. But what I want to understand is, what are lessons learned from Operation Swift Retort last time? So last time, when India targeted Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and that big base of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Jabba Top, in Balakot, Pakistan did Operation Swift Retort. Now, we're told the entire Pakistan Air Force is up in the sky almost simultaneously. What are lessons learned from Operation Swift Retort in your appreciation right now, sir?
No, very clearly, having taken this action, immediately after the targets were struck, entire Air Force, the Army and the Navy would have gone on to absolute high alert. They would get deployed operationally. So the level of preparedness to handle whatever follow-up action that Pakistan takes would be already happening, or part of it happened. From Air Force perspective, entire AD network would be in total alert. So whether we expect some action from Pakistan side, of course we do. They would act, and therefore we need to be fully prepared. We need to see what kind of action, and thereafter calibrate our response. Our further response will really depend upon. We have made it very clear. The government has specified very clearly that no military targets were targeted. Our intention is to get the terrorist network, and it is in itself it's a de-escalatory plan. But they would respond, is my assessment, some nature of a response. How much they want to escalate is their call at the moment. Thereafter, what we do would depend upon the nature of their response. So the element of calibration would need to come in, but our response will be dependent on how they respond. So if sense prevails on the other side, they would need to start de-escalating from their very first response.
No, but will they de-escalate? Sir, I want you to read General Asim Munir's mind. General Asim Munir is very clear in his understanding or his appreciation. The way you would look at Asim Munir, he's a radical Islamist. He's talking about this jihad, the Hindus and Muslims being different, and they're waging this just war for Kashmir and the world. Will he escalate further, even though there has been loss of life in Pakistan's Punjab proper?
I think so. He will certainly target 9+ targets in terms of optics. There would be maybe 10, maybe 11 targets chosen, because that's how they would want to present to their public. It would really be calculated or studied from point of view of what kind of damage or what happens really in the next interaction, which will pan out maybe in the next 24 hours. But what is important is, I think, for the Pakistani public to realize that where their military leadership is heading them into, Because what we have done is against a terrorist network. You have no such targets on our land. So if you have to have that kind of target, they will end up targeting some of our military targets. If that
And that's
happens,
the
we are not
point I
going
was
to keep
coming to.
quiet. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
that's the
yeah.
point I'm coming to. That's a very significant point you've made. India has targeted 9 locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Your appreciation is Pakistan Army will want to have that equivalence or false equivalence. They would want to target 9 locations in India and, in all parts of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. But what will they target in India?
Absolutely. Let us see. That is where their sense and sense will show, and their level of maturity to handle this kind of escalation. But frankly, at the moment, it is in their hand. If they want to escalate beyond a point, I'm sure our defense forces have taken all measures, and they would be ready for it. We are better prepared from any escalatory ladder or even going on to full-fledged conventional conflict than they are in economic terms, in overall terms, in terms of capability, whatever. So having taken such a bold action, I'm sure our forces will be fully prepared. So it is better sense has to prevail on the Pakistani side to start calibrating de-escalatory measures within their first response itself. Otherwise, they are the ones who would lose out in the long run.
So are you saying that there still is clear and present danger and there is clear and present danger of escalation? We've targeted 9 terrorist training camps and launch pads and headquarters. Pakistan, if it chooses to retaliate either against any military installation or any strategic installation in Jammu and Kashmir, remember what Pakistani ministers have said in the past, that in case India stops the Indus Waters Treaty or holds it in abeyance, stops their water, they will target our dams and words to that effect. God forbid, if they were senseless enough to do that, would that be seen as a major act of escalation? And how do you see this escalation ladder move, sir?
No, they better not target the dams. I'm sure their sense will prevail. Unless they put a small bomb or small explosive there, they better not target, because they will surely know what we will do after that. Okay, let us wait and see what they actually do and what is the level and what kind of targets they choose. Uh, I think they should think very rationally. Normally, they don't do that, but it is time for them to, the military leadership and the Pakistani Hukumat as such, to think rationally and move ahead. Because any irrational move, while our side would act rationally, but if you start hitting military targets or target like dams, there would be another wave of strong response.
Because last time they tried to hit a brigade headquarters in Jammu and Kashmir, south of Pir Panjal, sir. But I also want to understand from you, if Pakistanis were to launch a missile, now from our AWACS, from our P8Is, AWACS for the benefit of our viewers, our Advanced Airborne Early Warning Command and Control Systems, the P8Is are long-range maritime reconnaissance surveillance aircraft, which are also flying frigates. They have the capability of striking back with our Rafales, with our, Su-30 MKIs. Is the entire battlefield in that very narrow sliver called Pakistan, is it very transparent? Can they launch a missile and we don't get to know? Or if they launch a missile, we can take it down before it hits us, in your appreciation, sir?
I think it will be a combination. There would be areas where if they launch a missile, we can intercept. Some of these weapons are possible to intercept. In some combination, some weapons would certainly go through. So if they launch a big size attack, there would be some weapons which would finally reach the target, whatever targets they intend. So the important point is that we need to be fully prepared for all these eventualities. And once we are all three services, because of the nature of the targets and the kind of targets that we have hit. So there is a reasonably high chance that they would think irrationally and come up with some a target list which we would have to respond. And therefore the need to look at firstly fully prepared, so that we limit our own damage with our own defenses, effective defenses, and thereafter we will choose what action to take.
Because even for Pakistan, their Air Force would be their weapon of choice. LC is already hotting up at the line of control. They're already using their artillery, we are told, on either side of Pir Panjal. Or can the Navy do something, or is the Navy not powerful enough in your appreciation, or could they target one of our ships?
On the LC, like you said, action has already started, so that would remain. I think that would only increase. Air Force would end up using standoff weapons, for which I'm sure that kind of defense would have got factored from our air defense perspective. Navy could choose some targets. So it really depends on the level that they want to escalate it to, and we should be prepared for the worst, and we should defend effectively whatever actions they take, and thereafter we will need to decide on our own actions. That is where the next level of calibration would happen.
Okay, and the fact that Government of India used all three armed forces to respond to Pakistan's state-sponsored terror, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, all assets, that were used for this operation, does that also send out a significant message to the adversary?
Of course, it does. It does, and it's also a message that we are fully prepared, and by now. In some services like Air Force and all fully deployed, in other services deployment would be happening to the required level, and ready to take on whatever comes now.
You see this escalate to beyond a theater conflict?
No, I think in about 2 to 3 days they should come under control.
So 2 to 3 days, the escalation could still happen. Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhadoria for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast. Many thanks. Now, escalation matrix, India's assessment is we are on top of the situation. I also want to bring into this conversation my colleague Preeti Chaudhary. And Preeti and I have been reporting through the night. 1:44 a.m. was when the missile strike took place. And Preeti, right after that, India is prepared for any response, but that's a very clear signal that's gone out to Pakistan.
Well, a very clear signal that has gone out to Pakistan. This is a very, very sensitive time, viewers, and we will only give out calibrated and factual information, verified information that's coming in. I just want to take our viewers through on what has transpired in the last 4 to 5 hours. I want to just take you through that. 14 days after the Pahalgam attack, India strikes back at Pakistan. India targets 9 terror pads. It happened at 1:44 a.m. Of the 9 targets successfully hit by the Indian forces, 4 are in Pakistan and 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That makes it a first where India comes into question with retaliation to Pakistan terror. The targets in Pakistan include Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot, Sarjal. Special ammunition was used to target these terror camps. When I say special ammunition, viewers, it means weapons of precision were used. Meanwhile, India demolished masjid linked to the Pahalgam attack mastermind Hafiz Saeed, and this is retribution that goes beyond Pahalgam, viewers, all the way to 26/11 and the many terror attacks that have taken place, which had the footprint of the man on your television screen, Hafiz Saeed. India has attacked the mosque that is close to the place where Hafiz Saeed allegedly resides himself, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Sources say the mosque was linked to Lashkar terror activities. The headquarters of Lashkar terror, Markaz Taiba, demolished. The attacks were carried out with precision at 4 locations of Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Sources say that Prime Minister Modi is monitoring the entire operation from his official residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Operation involved joint strikes by Indian Army, Navy and Air Force. Rafales, Scalp and Hammer missiles, drones used. Seaborne strikes were also carried out as part of coordinated attacks. Top terror hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed destroyed in the missile strikes by India. Masood Azhar's nerve center in Bahawalpur brought down to the ground. The main operation base of Jaish, a well-equipped complex spread over 3 acres, destroyed.
So the situation on ground right now, extremely tense. Pakistan may strike at a place where Pakistan perceives it to be stronger. But for the benefit, Preeti and I want to take you through some of those 9 locations that India has targeted Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, and not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, though we will begin from Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We will come down, Preeti, to the area that really hurts Pakistan, and that's Muridke and Bahawalpur. So let's talk for a moment about Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab province. It's actually about 180 odd kilometers from the international border as the crow flies from India. It's in the southern part of Pakistan's Punjab province. It's the headquarters of a UN designated banned terrorist organization called Jaish-e-Mohammed.
Well, you know, viewers, as Gaurav just elucidated, the strike on India on Pakistan can be divided in 2 segments. One, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The other one, mainland Pakistan, the province of Punjab. And where the province of Punjab is concerned, it's important to note the nerve center of terror, where Hafiz Saeed, the kingpin of it all, his headquarters, Muridke, 30 kilometers from the border opposite Samba LET camp, housed the 26/11 terror attack and the terrorists there. So it's come full circle. It's not retribution, Gaurav, just for Pahalgam. You can go all the way to 26/11, and we've tied that circle right there and give
go back to the Parliament attack in 2001. I've covered the Parliament attack of 2001. I've covered IC-814 hijack. IC-814 hijack was where this Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, was released, and the Parliament attack that took place in 2001. Subsequently, the attacks on Raghunath Temple, the attacks on Akshardham Temple, the attacks on places of worship, and India's economic capital, the 2006 Mumbai train blast, we lost 200 people, Preeti.
So this retribution runs decades, viewers. It runs decades. And that's why it's important to understand what this really means. And these are sensitive times. We don't want to get into hyperbole, but look at it. Look at the impact of it. Like Gaurav and I are pointing out, 2 separate areas where this terror strike has taken, like India has struck Pakistan. One, which we are showing you right now, is of course the province of Punjab, and this is a first for India. This is where deterrence will come from, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely, because imagine, even when 200 people were killed in 2006, terrorists were not targeted. Even when 166 people were massacred in Mumbai on 26/11, Pakistan was not massacred, was not targeted. But look at Pahalgam, when 26 people were killed, and we just heard the widow of Shubham Dwivedi. She said, at least now I can say without fear, Main Hindu hoon. And the heart of this radical Islamist terror in Pakistan at Bahawalpur and Muridke, that's been targeted, Preeti.
You know, let's just move on and get you the other locations where India has struck. In all of this, viewers, and if I can say, is curated over the last 2 weeks by Indian intelligence agencies in a very responsible manner. We did not want to strike where civilians were there, so it was curated where these terror launch pads were concerned. And the other one, Gulpur, 35 kilometers from the LOC Poonch Rajouri, routes of attack in Poonch on 20th April in 2023. Let's move on now to the other point of attack, Savai LET camp, 30 kilometers inside Pakistan-occupied Tangdhar sector. And this is where you move from one part of the attack to the other, Gaurav. From what is province of Punjab, which is mainland Punjab, Pakistan, you move into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 2 areas where India's attacked last night.
So, you know, the attack was in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, opposite the Tangdhar sector on the Indian side. And it's very significant because Tangdhar, again, as the name suggests, Tang means narrow, Dhar means stream that comes in. There are several such nalas in that area, rivulets in that area that Pakistan has used. And these are heights. These are north of Pir Panjal. In the Tangdhar sector, Pakistan has actually tried to infiltrate very extensively in the summer especially. So they come into the northern part of Kashmir and then they spread terror either in central Kashmir, in Srinagar, or South Kashmir in Anantnag. But the Bilal launchpad of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Kotli, which is just barely 15 kilometers opposite the LC in the Rajouri sector in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, a very, very significant camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba also targeted in Kotli, Preeti.
You know, once again, all of these 9 are not army installations, they are not ISI installations. All of these 9 points where India has attacked last night are terror camps, either belonging to Jaish or LET, viewers. That's it. The other one, Barnala, 10 kilometers from LOC opposite Rajouri. Let's move on. Sarjal, JEM camp, about 8 kilometers from the international border. And Mehmuna.
Very significant once again. Now, Sialkot is a very important training camp or a launch pad. And this is not the LC. Now we've come to the international border in the Jammu sector. The 200-kilometer long international border in the Jammu sector. That is where Sialkot has a very significant training camp of the Hizbul Mujahideen, but that's a training camp that's also been extensively used, Preeti, by Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. There's breaking news coming in, big story. The Indian Army has responded in a big way to ceasefire violations by Pakistan along the LC. We are told Pakistan is using heavy artillery now, which is 155mm howitzers are being used to respond. Pakistan Army, we are told, has suffered massive casualties in India's retaliatory strikes along the LC. That is what sources are telling India today. And this is where Pakistan really feels the pain. Remember, Pakistan shot the Ramzan ceasefire in 2002 because after the Kargil war, after 1999, through 2000 and 2001, Indian Army punished Pakistan extensively along the LC. The images that you see there on your television screen, the moment 155mm howitzers open up, and now India has their guns with the 52 caliber guns with the extended range. Preeti, they can hit a target more than 50 kilometers away in that altitude. And I quickly want to bring in India Today's Shivani Sharma into this conversation with Preeti and I. Shivani, LC heating up is not good news for Pakistan all along the LC, but I believe now it's no longer restricted to small arms.
Yes, you're right, Gaurav. Since last 13 days, we've been seeing the ceasefire violations, and these ceasefire violations were happening with the small arms, the unprovoked firing that was going on along all the regions across the line of control we were witnessing. But now what has happened after these strikes by India, Pakistan has resorted to heavy artillery firing, and we've been receiving inputs from almost all these locations, be it Bimbar Gali area, Rajouri Poonch area, or in Valley also from Uri region. We are getting this input that there have been heavy shells that have actually there are houses that are damaged. 3 casualties have been confirmed by the army, and this is very important to understand that India is also retaliating in similar manner, because India has been resorting and retaliating to small arms till now. But when Pakistan has opened these artillery guns towards Indian side, Indian army has also started retaliating in similar manner. That's what the inputs are. And these are 155mm howitzer guns, the artillery guns that have been deployed with a long range of around 50 kilometers.
Preeti, I've actually seen these 155mm howitzers in action.
So
yeah, not just in the Kargil war. Yeah, stay with us, Shivani. These 155mm howitzers, they were the death of Pakistani soldiers in the Kargil war. Amazing strike capabilities, amazing precision, and you know the 39 caliber that time. Now you have 52 caliber rounds that hit. It's 155mm. 52 bore weapon that goes and sits, the ammunition that goes and hits the enemy. They have nothing that will save them now.
Well, so this was expected, viewers. Once India struck Pakistan at about 1:44 a.m., we gave out that statement, and minutes after that, Pakistan admitted that India had, in fact, attacked Pakistan. Of course, India has maintained and continues to maintain that India has only struck terror launch pads. Pakistan has deemed what India says was an attack on terror launch pads as an act of war. And right after that, the LOC in the Jammu and Kashmir area lit up, viewers. Heavy artillery mortar shelling from Pakistan, and now India giving it right back. So that engagement continues. I want to cut across right now to Piyush Mishra, who's joining us from New Delhi. Mir Farid, live from Pampore. Mir, what's the latest that you are picking up? Earlier on, there were indications that one fighter jet of Pakistan was down in Pampore itself. What more can you add? All right. Mir, can you hear us?
Initial info that it is a Pakistani jet, but yeah, I can hear you. I am in Pampore right now, as we have been reporting non-stop. The fact that the area has been sealed, the perimeter has been sealed, and Air Force officials, local police are here. As of now, no confirmation from the Air Force, the kind of aircraft, nature of aircraft, and whether it's a Pakistani aircraft or our own. So that part we obviously are not speculating on. But initially the info was that it was a Pakistani aircraft. No confirmation from the IAF. Now we're getting to know that probably that's not the case. But as far as this crash is concerned, the debris is scattered in a large area, and Air Force officials are coming to ensure that each part is secured because it is a crime scene. It's a matter of investigation, and that's that's what I can confirm to you.
And also there's going to be a briefing by the Indian Army at 10 a.m. and we can expect the micro details of Operation Sindoor to be given out by the Indian Army. Gaurav, let's quickly cut across to Piyush, and then we'll go to the report filed by Sunil G. Bhatt. Piyush, to bring you into this conversation. Piyush, India's done what it has. Now, with little chest thumping, we need to move to the second part of this operation, because it's not over yet. The Prime Minister from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg through the course of the night, along with the NSA, the Home Minister, has been monitoring the situation. Now is the second part, because Pakistan is all set to retaliate. In what measure is one question. The other side, the diplomatic side of it, has already kicked in, Piyush, where you've had the NSA that has spoken, briefed America. We've had our various diplomatic officers through the course of the night speaking to multiple countries like Russia, like UK, like France, and making them understand why this attack was necessary. Now's the time for diplomatic pressure to build on Pakistan.
Absolutely, Preeti. You would remember that PM Narendra Modi in clear words had said that we will track, hunt and punish each and every terrorist and also their handlers. For that, more actions have to be carried out. We have already taken military action. We have already attacked Pakistan. 9 targets were successful. That's what we have heard from top sources in the government. And after that, now diplomatic actions are being taken. The countries are being briefed. You would remember that a few days back, diplomats, all foreign envoys, they were briefed by India, and they were also told about the clear involvement of Pakistan in terror attack which was carried out in Pahalgam. Since then, multiple meetings have been chaired by PM Narendra Modi, and after the operations which Indian Army has carried out at 10 a.m., we will be able to know more about this entire operations. You would also remember, Preeti, that Prime Minister had given free hand to all security forces. Prime Minister had told them to select mode, timing and targets. So 9 targets were selected. All
9 targets chosen and struck. There is no chest thumping, but there is quite realization that Pakistan has to be targeted. Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror has to be punished, whatever it takes. Military action, diplomatic strikes, economic action, quietly, firmly, but stating facts to the world. It needs to be done. What's the reaction on ground? India Today's Sunil G. Bhatt is on ground zero in Akhnur, where a series of ceasefire violations have taken place. He gets us more from ground zero.
We are in Akhnur sector of Jammu region, and late last night there was some air activity here also. India carried out strikes on the terror hotspots in Pakistan as well as in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Lashkar's headquarter, which is located in Muridke, there many places were targeted, as well as in Bahawalpur, where Jaish's headquarter is located. And as far as Akhnur sector is concerned, after India carried out strikes against Pakistan, Pakistan tried to indulge in a misadventure, and there was air activity here in Akhnur sector also, and Indian Army gave a befitting reply to Pakistan here. And right now you can see that a large number of people have come out of their homes, and because as soon as they learned that there was retaliatory action by India, the people came out and they are here boosting the morale of our jawans. We will speak to the locals here. यहाँ पर रात पर क्या हुआ, यहाँ क्या माहौल?
रात को कुछ आवाज़ ही आई थी को 2-2:30 बजे के करीब, तो सारे लोग जागे थे उस टाइम, कुछ पता नहीं चला, पर अब धीरे धीरे सुबह पता चला है कि पाकिस्तान के ऊपर अच्छी स्ट्राइक की है भारत ने, और मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। जो पहलगाम में हमारे लोगों को उन्होंने शहीद किया, उनको करारा जवाब दिया गया है।
तोड़ जवाब दिया गया है पाकिस्तान को, क्या कहेंगे उस पर?
अच्छा किया, होना भी चाहिए था, काफ़ी देर हुआ है, परेशान थे, जो 28 लोगों को जाने गई है, इसी वजह से अच्छा किया जो स्ट्राइक किया, बहुत अच्छा।
You can see that people are expressing their happiness that Pakistan has been given a befitting reply. We have carried out strikes deep inside Pakistan, including Pakistan's Punjab province, but 2 locations, Bahawalpur, Muridke, and we have also hit the terror hotspots in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. This is huge and unprecedented, because even after 26/11 there was talk about targeting the Lashkar headquarter in Punjab province, but at that time this was not done. But this time this option has been explored. A strong will has been shown by the government, and Pakistan's terror factories have been targeted, and a befitting reply has been given to Pakistan. And here, as far as Akhnur sector is concerned, you can see that large number of people have come out to boost the morale of our jawans. Right now there is a strict vigil here near the line of control here in Akhnur sector. People have come out, they are chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans. They are boosting the morale of the army personnel, and they are also reaching out to the army personnel and asking them whether they need any food or water, and they are delivering it to the army personnel. So you can see that the spirit of patriotism, the spirit of camaraderie.
All right, we're continuing to get more news break that is coming in. Full details of the targets that have been destroyed at 1:45 a.m. by India. Jaish training camp destroyed in Muzaffarabad. Sayyidina Bilal Markaz main JEM transit camp. Terror camp used to train 50 to 100 terrorists. The Pak army trained the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist in Sayyidina Bilal Markaz, Jaish-e-Mohammed Muzaffarabad. POJK Sayyidina Bilal Masjid is the main center of Jaish-e-Mohammed in POJK, located opposite Red Fort. This facility is used as a transit camp for JEM terrorists prior to their launching into Jammu and Kashmir. At any point of time, 50 to 100 cadre reside in the facility, additionally trained by Pakistani Special Forces SSG. Trained by Pakistani Special Forces SSG. Muzaffarabad, Jaish-e-Mohammed's office cum transit camp is located on the first floor adjacent to the building of Sayyidina Bilal Masjid. The masjid building consists of a 3-story building, 2 stories from front, wherein the Hijama Center pressure cupping medical therapy is located on the ground floor. This facility is spread over 8 to 10 canals. This facility has family quarters, office buildings, office of Al Rahmat Trust, charity wing of Jaish-e-Mohammed. This facility is used as a transit camp for Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists prior to their launch into Jammu and Kashmir. At any point of time, 50 to 100 cadre reside in this facility. Additionally, trained by Pakistani Special Forces SSG is imparted here, as indicated from the photographs retrieved from phones of killed JEM terrorists. The Jaish-e-Mohammed operational commander and Jaish-e-Mohammed head of POJK Mufti Asghar Khan, Kashmiri, is in charge of this facility. Abdullah Jihadi, Abdullah Kashmiri and Ashik Nengru also operate from this center. Mufti Asghar Khan, Kashmir and Abdullah Jihadi are wanted accused in the Nagrota attack 2016 as they had planned and executed the Nagrota attack in which terrorists enter into the army camp at Nagrota near the Balini bridge and started to indiscriminately fire upon army personnel. The selection of cadre to carry out Nagrota attack at that facility. Just detailing, viewers, the micro detailing. It took 2 weeks for agencies, the RAW, to curate these 9 terror sites and decide that these were the sites that India was going to attack and blow up. Meanwhile, India's Operation Sindoor, a big success. Over 80 to 90 terrorists have been killed in this attack on Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir on terror camps. Around 25 to 30 terrorists each have been killed in Bahawalpur and Muridke, which are the biggest 2 sites. Indian agencies are verifying the numbers in other terror camps. So justice has been served. All 9 sites where India attacked at 1:44 a.m. has been deemed a success. My colleague Shivani Sharma joining us live from Srinagar. Shivani, what more can you add?
Preeti, this is a big success for Operation Sindoor, although we are waiting for the official briefing that's going to take place at 10. But through the sources, we are trying to get more and more details. And what the sources have indicated that this has been a big success for the Indian Armed Forces because the numbers of the terrorists that have been killed in this action can be more than 90. And that is a big figure, a huge figure. And alone in Bahawalpur and Muridke, 30 each terrorists have been killed. And more verifications are happening from the other locations, 7 other locations, as we've seen that there are 9 total strikes that have happened at 9 locations, and around 90, or it can be more, 90 terrorists have been neutralized, they've been killed, they have been destroyed in these operations Sindoor strike. And this is a huge success for the armed forces in this precision strike, Preeti, because this is a big number and more, it can be more, the number can be more, and we are waiting for the official response from the ministry, where we'll be seeing a briefing, a detailed briefing. But this is a huge success. In fact, the sources are indicating that around 90 or more terrorists have been killed in Operation Sindoor, and 25 to 30 each in Bahawalpur and Muridke have been destroyed.
So over 90 terrorists is the first count that Indian agencies have got of the number of terrorists, Shivani, that have been killed. These 9 locations were curated. These 9 terror spots, terror launch pads were curated over the last 2 weeks, Shivani, by Indian agencies to decide that these were the areas, these were the exact points that India would attack. And now all 9 locations deemed a success in terms of the attack.
Preeti, we've been seeing a lot of deliberations happening right from Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the service chiefs and NSA involved, and more than 15 meetings he had conducted himself, and a lot of inputs that were being taken from the intelligence agencies on the terror hideouts and the way they were moving around after the Pahalgam attack. Also, they were shifting to places, they were being given VIP status, they were giving heightened security in Pakistan. And despite that, the security agencies in India, they were on their job, they were doing their research and homework to find these terror outfits inside Pakistan so that they can be destroyed. And now we've seen how coordinated action has taken place between the armed forces, the Indian Army, Navy and the Air Force. They have together planned this strategic attack on the terror nexus in Pakistan, where 9 specific targets have been neutralized. And we've been told by the sources that the figure could be even higher than 90 terrorists that have been killed in this Operation Sindoor. So India has not only avenged the deaths of 26 tourists in Pahalgam, but this is a very strong blow, strong message to Pakistan that if you are trying any terror nexus inside your boundaries, India will go inside and deep in your boundaries. They will hit you hard, and that's what has happened, Preeti. 80 to 90 casualties, and the figures can be higher as the verifications are still going on. And 25 to 30 each in Bahawalpur and Muridke. That's a big figure, and there could be some big terror heads in these terrorists who've been neutralized. We are waiting for more confirmation from the briefing that is scheduled to be at 10 a.m. in the national capital. Preeti.
Well, thank you, Shivani. My colleague Shivani getting us the latest, our ace defense reporter getting the information first, and most importantly, viewers, verified, correct information. And we want to be very responsible for the information that we put out. So when we do say that we have bona fide information, that our sources within the Defense Ministry has said that over 90 terrorists have been killed in this strike by India on terror on Pakistani soil. Let's also now give you micro details of it. India hit 2 prime terror hubs of Pakistan terror. Viewers, one in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the other Pakistan mainland province Punjab. Lashkar chief and mastermind of attacks like 2611 in Pahalgam, Hafiz Saeed's mosque that served as a headquarter for Lashkar destroyed in the strikes. The mosque linked to terror activities and terror planning, which just doesn't end with Pahalgam, viewers. This has been a terror story that has spanned decades, that has bled India for decades. Identified Masjid Tayyaba as a center of ideological training and radicalization. 2611 attacker Kasab confessed that he was trained in Muridke, where the terror hub is located. Kasab also described the complex as key to plotting terror attacks and indoctrination. It is also revealed that Osama bin Laden had financed ₹10 million for construction of mosque and guest house within the Markaz Taiba complex. And this, viewers, was researched, was curated by Indian intelligence agencies as one of the sites that India had to strike. Why Muridke? Why are we emphasizing again and again and again on the success of this strike in Pakistan, especially where Muridke is concerned when it comes down to stemming terror? Muridke is the headquarter of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, viewers. The Lashkar-e-Taiba, the latest terror attack on India, Pahalgam, the TRF had links with the LET. You go all the way back to 2611, links with the LET, the footprint of the LET, the footprint of Hafiz Saeed. You go to the parliament attack before that, the footprint of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and all of that accumulated in the terror hub of Muridke, the headquarter of LET. Near Lahore, LET led by Hafiz Saeed, the 2611 mastermind Masjid Tayyaba. Now, it's a masjid, but this is also the headquarter of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. That was the target of our Indian forces, and that target, to neutralize that target, has been accomplished. And it's huge, viewers. The mosque linked to LET terror activities, 2611 attacker Kasab confessed to be trained in Muridke. Kasab confirmed meetings with Hafiz Saeed. Kasab described complex as key to training, planning, and indoctrination. And that is the importance of Muridke, viewers, because this is historic, where India's payback, retribution, whatever one might call it, when it came down to giving it back to Pakistan for fomenting terror in India. All right. Look at your television screen, viewers, and what you see. These are the before and after visuals of this masjid, which serves as the headquarter of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. At any given time, there are about 30 to 40 terrorists who are training in this very building. This is what it looked earlier. At one side, you can actually see the visuals of this particular headquarter of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and you see on the other side of me on what India reduced it to rubble. This was Muridke. Let's cut across right now to Bahawalpur. Another key terror hub demolished in Indian strikes is the Jaish terror hub. You saw the Lashkar-e-Taiba terror headquarters. Let's move on to Bahawalpur, the Jaish terror hub. On your screens is the visuals of the mosque that served as terror training pad in Bahawalpur. The JEM, the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror commanders associated with the Afghan operations, also visit this markaz for terror planning, meetings, operational plans. The main operational base of Jaish is a fortified facility. It houses 600 cadre of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, viewers. This building housed about 600 cadre of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The facility has a state-of-art gym, swimming pool, used as a recruitment center, training camp, and where terrorists would come, train, wait before being transported to India, to Kashmir. This is what has been reduced to rubble now. Why Bahawalpur? What is the importance of Bahawalpur? We just spoke of how it is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the operational hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed, main training center of Jaish-e-Mohammed, where indoctrination takes place in this particular center of the JEM. It served as a terror training was for 2019 Pulwama attack. Residents of key Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders, over 600 cadre, like I pointed out, living right there. Full facility. Right now reduced to rubble. So this was important for India to hit. It's history in the making, because viewers, India did not just go after terror launch pads, also going after the big terrorists who actually train, indoctrinate, and send young men trained as terrorists across to India. All right, we're going to quickly move on, but to once again get you in focus for you to see what was the importance of Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and on the other hand, the importance of Murid Ke. How many times, viewers, have you constantly heard on television, you've constantly read in newspapers, Murid Ke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba? How many times over? Every terror attack, the footprint of the Lashkar-e-Taiba comes into fore, always in the spotlight. And viewers, now when you actually look at it, that headquarters by this, the head of terror, Hafiz Saeed of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, destroyed. While India has done what it had to do, what it should have done, practically creating history where India's response to terror is concerned, and hoping that this will create the deterrence that India had always hoped for. Now it's the next chapter, viewers. Sensitive times need to be handled very sensitively, and now you move to the diplomatic front of it. At one point, while we are waiting and hoping that Pakistan doesn't retaliate, what India is constantly doing is to engage world leaders diplomatically. Shortly after striking 9 sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, sources tell us that India has briefed global powers. United States, Russia, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates about the strike. Sources also tell us that senior Indian officials through the course of the night have spoken to their counterparts in a number of countries to brief them on the steps taken by India. India is a responsible nation, viewers. We have taken full responsibility of the strikes on Pakistan, the reason why we did it, why we had to do it, why India's hand was forced to take this action. Meanwhile, NSA Ajit Doval has also spoken to his US counterpart Marco Rubio about the strikes. US President Donald Trump, on the other hand, has reacted to India's military strikes. He's described the situation as a shame. He also said he knew that something was going to happen and urged both countries now to de-escalate. Listen in to Donald Trump.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades.
Any message to
and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
I want to immediately cut across to my colleague Geeta Mohan, who's joining us, our external affairs editor, who's been monitoring the situation very closely through the course of the night. Geeta, immediately after India attacked Pakistan, responsible nation issued out a statement for the world, and then all the diplomatic officers of the country briefed their counterparts in various countries on how India's hand was forced, exactly what India did. The NSA Ajit Doval spoke to his counterpart in the United States of America, stating why India did what it did and giving out exact details. Hoping, Geeta, now you move to the second chapter of this attack, to diplomatically engage leaders, to put diplomatic pressure on Pakistan on not to be foolhardy and retaliate.
Well, the most important part is that India sounding out its allies and partners that these are terrorist camps and terror targets that India carried out precision strikes against. And they were not military camps, they were not military targets per se. The fact that there were 9 such locations that India could target in itself is telling. Pakistan again in denial. The information minister already has come out and said there are no terror camps in Pakistan. The Prime Minister has come out and said that Pakistan holds the right to respond. So yes, we are looking at escalation right now amidst the conversations that have taken place between India and its partners. The United States of America has responded, none other than President Donald Trump himself, saying that they are looking at it and that they want an end to it as soon as possible. Marco Rubio has spoken with national security advisors of India and Pakistan both and has sought de-escalation at this point in time. They do not want this escalated to a full a war front between India and Pakistan. But having said that, India did what it had to do, sounded out and had a conversation with US, UK, Russia, Saudi Arabia, UAE, important allies and countries that do hold sway and influence over Pakistan. So yes, now the ball is in Pakistan's court to de-escalate, understand the importance of why India had to retaliate and that India can find itself. Preeti, we were discussing all the kind of response that India could have against Pakistan, and they chose only to target terror camps this time around. Not just one particular surgical strike, but they've hit at the heart of the terrorist infrastructure within Pakistan. Bahawalpur, Murid-ke, Lashkar-e-Taiba camps, the Markaz, Jaish-e-Mohammed camps, and the Markaz there. So very clearly it was to ensure that there is no camp left where these training can take place and those terrorists can then be sent to India. That's the message that India wants to send across to Pakistan, and the world community, like you rightly pointed out right now, should be speaking to and influencing Pakistan to ensure that there is no response over here, because they could have responded only if India would have targeted the military infrastructure in Pakistan. That was not the case over here. It was very specific messaging that these terror camps, if Pakistan is not going to dismantle, then India will do the job. And since India suffers at the hands of these terrorists who are trained and are allowed safe haven in Pakistan.
Geeta, right now, of course, India's done its bit. It's briefed, our diplomatic officers have briefed their counterparts. Okay, Geeta, would you stay on with me? I'm going to just come right back to you. Lots of developing news that is coming in. We're going to cut across to Geeta in just a bit, but I want to take you through the latest news break that is just coming in. All right, multiple Pakistan posts destroyed in Indian strikes as well. All of this is happening at the LOC in Jammu and Kashmir. According to defense sources, significant damage has been inflicted on multiple Pakistan army posts in the Kupwara, Rajouri, Poonch, Uri sector, with reports of heavy military casualties. Intense artillery crossfire has been ongoing in both sectors following India's targeted strikes under Operation Sindoor. This was expected, viewers, after India's attack on Pakistan. It was expected that the LOC will get hot and very quickly, with heavy artillery fire now coming in and shelling coming in from Pakistan. India now replying in equal measure. Shivani, what more can you add?
Preeti, what we are getting to know that as a response, India is also firing heavy artillery guns on Pakistan posts, and Pakistan has inflicted heavy damages, not only the military posts, the military assets, but also there can be some casualties on the side of Pakistan. That's what we are getting to know through our sources, because we've been reporting heavy artillery firing that was started by Pakistan in several sectors, including Poonch sector, Rajouri sector, Uri sector. And in all these sectors, Indian Army has retaliated, responded well with the artillery. And this artillery fire by Indian Army has actually inflicted a lot of damages on Pakistan's side. 155 mm howitzer guns that we were the range of 50 kilometers, Preeti, and this fire has given a damaging response to Pakistan on their side of the LOC.
Shivani, would you stay with me? Okay, Shivani, more information coming in. India giving back in equal measure. First, it was smaller fire. Okay, but there's more breaking news coming in. Viewers, this is a developing situation. We're going to continue to take you through each and every development as it comes in. The External Affairs Minister has spoken and has lauded Operation Sindoor's success. The world must show zero tolerance for terrorism are the words of the External Affairs Minister. I want to cut across to Geeta Mohan. Geeta, through the course of the night, we have the Defense Minister who tweeted out in the middle of the night, right after the attacks took place, and the Army, the Navy and the Air Force, all tri-forces had an understanding that the operation was a success. After that, we've had now the External Affairs Minister stating very clearly that India should have zero tolerance when it comes down to terror.
Well, that's right, Preeti. A very strong message from Dr. Jaishankar. He's put out a very cryptic but one-sentence post on X saying that there is going to be zero tolerance to terrorism. And that's the message that India wants to send across. It's not targeting civilians in Pakistan. It's not targeting those areas that have not impacted directly India in many ways than one, but precision strikes being carried out in areas that train terrorists, that harbor terrorists, and only specifically those terrorists that work against India. We're talking about Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba camps, 9 locations across Punjab and POK. And very clearly, the fact is that it is Pakistan that now has to answer as to how come there are these terrorist camps in very important cities and areas of Pakistan that required being taken out by the Indian armed forces. So this is a very clear message of zero tolerance. If Pakistan was not going to do it for India, India would help itself. And that's the message, that it is no longer going to wait for the international community to intervene and ask Pakistan to dismantle its terror infrastructure. India has done it time and again. The play has changed, Preeti, after Pahalgam. It is no longer a fight where Pakistan uses unconventional warfare to target military in India, because India does not have or employ unconventional warfare using terrorism and terrorists as an instrument of state policy. Pakistan does that. But this time the play changed when they moved from hitting military targets and military troops to carrying out attacks against tourists, singling people out on the basis of religion. And that's why the name is significant over here. It is Operation Sindoor. And the message from India very clear, that if you're going to do this, if the play has changed, then India will respond and has the right to self-defense. I was speaking to Syed Akbaruddin, former ambassador of India to the United Nations, Preeti, and he said that our diplomats, no matter what India does, what the action is going to be, India has enough capability to ensure that it convinces the world as to why it carried out the actions that it did. In this case, it's much easier for India to convince the world, because they've only hit out at terrorist camps and targets that have worked against India, those anti-India elements that work, thrive, live in Pakistan. So the messaging over here, Dr. Jaishankar will be leading the team to have those conversations with various world leaders, his counterparts in various parts of the world, telling them exactly what India did, why India did what it did. Expect a lot of meetings. Remember, after Pahalgam, there was a series of meetings where Dr. Jaishankar and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and division secretaries met with envoys, foreign envoys based out of Delhi, and briefed them on what happened in Pahalgam and why India has the right to defend itself and right to respond. Today, India has responded, so there could be a series of meetings with very important countries, partner countries and allies, their high commissioners and ambassadors based out of New Delhi, and those meetings again will be to brief them on what it is that India did, why it did what it did. The message has come from none other than the man who will be leading the diplomatic front, that is Dr. Jaishankar, saying zero tolerance to terrorism.
You know, Geeta, you're bang on, because India's proved its mettle by going in, attacking Pakistan where it really needed to, and now it's over to the External Affairs Minister as well, because this will need hardcore, muscular diplomacy to, of course, India has made its point, its stand very clear on why its hands was forced and how it had to dismantle the terror operations in Pakistan. And now to speak to global leaders to try and build pressure on Pakistan, because technically the ball is now in Pakistan's court. Will Pakistan be foolish enough to escalate the tensions from where they stand right now, viewers? We're going to continue to get you minute by minute verified, correct information. 14 days after Pahalgam terror attack, India has struck back on Pakistani terror. India strikes 9 terror attacks in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and the province of Punjab in mainland Pakistan. Here are the visuals of the Indian strike, of India striking back in Uri in 2016, Pulwama in 2019, and now a reply for Pahalgam. And this goes far beyond, viewers, of what was earlier. This, like I said, viewers, goes far beyond of the surgical strike that India conducted earlier, because last night history was made, etched, when India responded in the manner of which it did to Pakistan, dismantling one by one 9 terror launch pads. We're going to get you all the details coming in, the latest news breaks, our reporters on ground. First up, allow me to take you through the headlines. India avenges Pahalgam. India hits Pakistan terror targets. Indian forces carry out Operation Sindoor in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 9 targets hit, joint operation by all 3 forces. India hits top terror kingpins. Hafiz Saeed's training camps and mosque complex in Muridke destroyed. Jaish headquarters struck in Bahawalpur, and another terror camp in POK destroyed. Operation Sindoor to avenge Pahalgam attack. Inside details of how precision weapons were used, scalp, hammer, rafale and drones used. Prime Minister monitoring operations throughout the night. Pakistan struck and spooked. Pakistan Prime Minister confirms India's retaliation. Shehbaz Sharif says will respond soon. Srinagar airport shut for civilians. Airlines cancel or stall flights to and from Srinagar, Jammu, Jodhpur, Amritsar and even other cities. India briefs global powers, US, UK, Russia and other countries on attacks. Donald Trump says he knew the response was coming, hopeful for tensions to ease soon. Last night was a night that India will remember and so will Pakistan, viewers. We're going to take you through some of the defining images of Operation Sindoor, the irony of that. India carried out Operation Sindoor, avenging Pahalgam terror attacks. Here are some of the defining images of it. 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were hit in the strikes, and videos emerging soon after showed the impact of the massive explosion in several locations. The night sky was lit by explosions as locals captured the moment of the strikes on camera. Amongst the 9 locations struck across the LOC in retaliatory action by the Indian forces, one of the most important was Muridke. The city in Pakistan is home to the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba.
Oh, beta, baat de vich karna yaar. Karna. Ji paye na.
India's big hit on terror kingpins. India struck LET headquarters, a mosque run by Hafiz Saeed in Muridke, where the terror training was given to terrorists. The visuals show the mosque up in flames after India's response. Massive chaos was witnessed across several hospitals in Pakistan after India carried out strikes against at terror launch pads. Pakistan has claimed 8 people died in the strike. Pakistani army resorted to heavy mortar shelling on forward villages along the LOC in Punch, Rajouri, Kupwara. Indian army also retaliated by firing at Pakistan. The cowardly Pakistan army has now resorted to even targeting civilians along the border. Because one thing is clear, last night was a watershed moment for India's retaliation when it comes down to dismantling Pakistan-sponsored terrorism on Pakistan soil. 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attacks, Indian army has taken, if you want to call it revenge, retribution, or closure for families of those 26 victims of terror. The Indian Armed Forces, as part of Operation Sindoor, struck terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The attacks were in response to the terror attacks in Pahalgam that claimed 26 innocent lives on April 22nd. The precision strike hit a total of 9 locations, including Bahawalpur, Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Sialkot. Muridke, the headquarters of terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is run by Hafiz Saeed, and Markaz Subhanallah, Jaish-e-Mohammed's nerve center, that's the headquarter in Bahawalpur. An outfit run by Masood Azhar was also struck. In a statement, the Indian Army said that its actions were focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. And that, viewers, is the most important line of India's press release, adding that no Pakistani military facility was targeted in the strike and that India only struck terror camps. Sources also told India Today that Prime Minister Modi was constantly monitoring Operation Sindoor from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and NSA Ajit Doval constantly briefed him about the situation through the course of the night. In just about an hour, viewers, we're going to, or an hour and a half, we're going to hear the final details, the fine print. And I want to bring in my colleague Shivani on what has been a spectacularly successful Operation Sindoor, Shivani. And what's not just commendable, but one could say historic, is how the tri-services came together to successfully mount, launch, and execute this attack.
Preeti, this is unprecedented. This has happened for the first time, that airstrikes of this measure being taken on in Pakistan. 9 specific targets, focused strikes without touching the infrastructure of military or the civil infrastructure. And what the sources also reveal, that more than 90 terrorists have been neutralized in these 9 attacks on these 9 locations. And this happened with the coordinated efforts of the armed forces, not only the army, the Indian Air Force, the Indian Navy, the Indian, all these security agencies that were providing inputs. They were all coordinating. They were all preparing for this strategic act against terror that has actually created history and given a loud and clear message to Pakistan that you need to mend your ways. Either you hit your terror targets or then otherwise we'll come and hit them hard. And that's what India has done, Preeti. So this is a big success to the Operation Sindoor that has avenged the deaths of 26 innocent people. And Operation Sindoor is a very significant name, Preeti, the way young married women lost their husbands.
Shivani, I'm sorry I'm coming in and I'm cutting you short. And the reason you stay on with me, Shivani, because I'm going to come right back to you after I take our viewers through this news break. The video proof, viewers, of Operation Sindoor. There have been multiple, but another clip that has come to fore. On camera, missile hitting, devastating Pakistani terror camp. You're going to play that video out. Because viewers, I'll tell you what's the real difference from what were the surgical strikes where Balakot was concerned and what is the main difference here. Two very big differences, viewers. At that point of time, it was Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This time, India has hit hard. It's hit the terror launch pads, dismantled them in the province of Punjab, mainland Pakistan. On the other hand, there was only satellite imagery at the time. This time around, you have visual proof. Not one clip, not two clips, multiple clips. And these are the latest visuals, the aftermath of India hitting with precision one of the key terror installations in Pakistan, now reduced to rubble. This is Murid K. These visuals coming in. I want to cut across right now to Shivani. Shivani, you know, one of the main reasons why India took so much time for 2 weeks was to curate exactly the terror launch pads it would attack. Now, these visuals, in fact, are coming in from Muzaffarabad, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the aftermath of India's night of retribution. You can see it on your television screen, viewers. And this is not one video clip. There are multiple video clips filtering in, going viral on social media through the course of last night. And like I said, you can see evidence, hardcore evidence of India's night of retribution on your television screen. These visuals coming in from this morning, Muzaffarabad, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And Shivani, this is the reason why India has made it very, very clear, even in that press note, that we used, ammunition, weapons that were precision weapons, struck exactly what we needed to strike. We decided over 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attack on what exactly were the terror launch pads that India had to dismantle. And all of that now with proof, Shivani, because Balakot, many would suggest there was only satellite imagery. How can anyone deny these visuals? And there's not one, there are multiple clips.
Yes, Preeti, after Balakot strikes, there were many, not only in Pakistan, but also in India, they were seeking proof. But this time, India has hit Pakistan with evident proof, and these visuals that we are playing for our viewers are of the same strike that happened in the middle of the night in Pakistan, 9 specific locations. And the press brief that was shared with the media at 1:44 a.m. specifically said that this was a measured and a focused strike, and it did not target any other target except these 9 terror outfits, the launch pads specifically, that have been pushing terrorists inside India. So this is a precise strike that needed a lot of deliberation, coordination between the forces, the best of all arms. They were together in this operation. There were loitering munitions that were used by the army. There were hammer missiles that were used by the Air Force. So this was a coordinated act, and the Navy was also deployed. It was in action. It was there with his assets for surveillance purposes, coordinating and associated with all these heroes of India, in fact, who were involved in this strike, Preeti. So this was a well-coordinated strike with a lot of evidence this time, and also an acceptance, acknowledgement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Pakistan right after the strikes happened that yes, we have been hit hard in these locations. The locations were also named, and there was another statement in that particular readout from the MOFA that Pakistan reserves its rights to retaliation. So we have to see, and we are all prepared, the Indian Army, the Air Force and the Indian Navy, they are all set for any kind of retaliatory act from Pakistan, right from the airspace to the borders, and also in Jammu and Kashmir, where we see heavy shelling happening at multiple locations from Pakistan. Pakistan is getting a befitting response in terms of heavy artillery shelling by India, in which we've been told that Pakistan has inflicted heavy damages.
You know, just stay on with me, Shivani. I want to give our viewers, a brief of what they're really seeing on our television screen. I also want to bring in my colleague Akshata, who's joining me on this broadcast. What you see on your television screen, viewers, is Muzaffarabad POK. This is the Bilal Mosque. It's a terror camp that is run by the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And what you see, of course, is after last night's strike. All right, we're getting in big news coming in. The Prime Minister has reacted. Mega Operation Sindoor scoop on India today. Modi chose the name Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor name to avenge Pahalgam widows. This was a name that was chosen by the Prime Minister himself, and I would reckon, Shivani, that you were speaking of it earlier as well. This is how ironic it is and how befitting in a very sad way. Operation Sindoor, there were so many women who had gone there with their husbands, newlyweds, and just after their wedding and for their honeymoon to the Baisaran meadow in Pahalgam, and their husbands were killed days after their wedding because they were Hindus, profiled communally. The Prime Minister now had chosen, the word coming in, himself, the name of Operation Sindoor. This was the retribution he sought for the widows of Pahalgam, and it's reverberating. I want to bring in my colleague. All right, I want to cut across to Shivani first, and then we'll get an Akshata into this conversation. Shivani, you were speaking of the choice of the name of Operation Sindoor, and word coming in, the Prime Minister chose it. Very sensitive here, because this was retribution, it was revenge. You might call it closure for all those women who lost their husbands, but this was revenge served as Operation Sindoor, that you will not be able to get away with what you did in Pahalgam.
Certainly, Preeti, the name that sources suggest has been chosen by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. Operation Sindoor signifies the revenge of all those young women who were accompanied by their husband, and their husbands were killed brutally by these terrorists point blank. And to avenge that killing of their husbands, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose this name, Operation Sindoor. And this gives a very clear message that the public emotion was high. Every Indian wanted action against this act of terror. They all were seeing those heart-wrenching images of young women, including Himani, or young women from Kanpur who lost their husbands, newlyweds who were there for their time out in Pahalgam and in Baisaran, where their husbands were killed. So this was the name chosen purposely to give a strong message that the deaths of their husbands has been avenged, as Operation Sindoor is the biggest successful operation of the recent times, where India has killed more than 90 terrorists as they avenge the deaths of 26 innocent people. Preeti.
Well, you're right there, Shivani. Never again. That's the message. And like I said, there's so much melancholy attached to it with Operation Sindoor, because Akshata, so many of these women lost their husbands. But this is a befitting, I would reckon, if there is anything called closure, for these women or families, hopefully this serves as some solace.
What sources are telling us is the Prime Minister, in all of the meetings, that he's been conducting over the last 1 week gave a free hand to our forces, of course, but also sent across a very clear message that these terrorists targeted men, wanted to ensure that all the women in Pahalgam who were there as tourists on their honeymoon, on family vacations, were widowed, and that's why Operation Sindoor. But I want you to listen to the message that came in from the Prime Minister after the Pahalgam terror attack, how he vowed that there will be revenge, that we will crack down on these terrorists.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done. The entire nation is firm in this resolve. Everyone who believes in humanity is with us.
The Prime Minister in Bihar vowing vengeance, revenge for all those who lost their lives in Pahalgam, and word now coming in, viewers, that it was the Prime Minister who himself chose the name of retribution for this operation, Operation Sindoor, to avenge all the young women who lost their husbands to terror in Pahalgam. I want to cut across to Simar Chawla, who is Shubham Dwivedi's wife, widow now. Simar, thank you for taking the time out and speaking to us. I want to ask you one question, Simar, with all humility. You know, I don't think there will ever be closure, Simar,
Yeah, Simar is talking to Aishanya Dwivedi.
Okay.
So, Simar, you know, if you could just put forth the question that Preeti was, in fact, raising to Aishanya about what a difficult time it's been and how she feels about the operation now that's happened.
Well, yes, Akshita, I'm being joined by Aishanya, the wife of Shubham, who was the first victim in this whole terror attack, who took the first bullet to his forehead. Aishanya, what we have got to know that it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who gave the name Operation Sindoor. It is supposed to connect with the women. In fact, you have been telling your ordeal in this whole operation that how you felt like. How do you feel, and do you think that by giving the name Operation Sindoor, the justice has been done?
As I was saying this before, only and only Narendra Modi is the one who can connect with all the females in a way that he is the one who will give the name like this. Because emotions, he understands the emotions. He understands what we women are going through. He understands us. He understands the emotions. He understands the cries. So if I don't know if anybody else would have been giving the name, it would have been anyone else. It can be anything. Sindur Rakhna wasn't कि सिंदूर ही रखना चाहिए, but the way he gave this name, it's very personal, it's very connecting. I feel like he was actually acting on a personal level. He was actually acting कि ये मेरी बेटी है, मैं अपनी बेटी का बदला लेके आया हूँ.
How difficult was it the whole time? We have been seeing that, it was a very difficult time. You have been sharing your experiences, the horrific experience. How was this time when you thought that, the revenge will be taken? We have been waiting for this. You said that we want to take the revenge, but enough was not done. You think that enough is done now? And how do you recall your experience in this matter?
The families will get impatient. Everybody was getting impatient. किसी के घर का, किसी के husband ऐसे जाएगा तो impatient होना लाजमी है. I was also getting impatient. But right now, when I see that this has happened, we are at peace. Shubham must be at peace. And I'm really thankful to whatever happened. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone whosoever is a part of Operation Sindoor.
So there you heard from Aishanya, Akshita. She thanked
Ask her one
PM
more
Modi obviously,
question.
and she says that
Would you ask
the personal
Simar?
credit has been made.
Simar, would you ask Aishanya one more question?
Yes, please,
Does
go
she
ahead.
somewhere down the line feel that there is closure now?
Aishanya, one question is from the studio. Our anchor Preeti asked that, do you think that it is a closure now? The closure has been given to all this, the act which has happened. Do you think finally it's done?
ये 9 hideouts थे, इनके 900 hideouts भी हो सकते हैं. When all the terrorists end, when the terrorism will end, that will be the closure. Our fight is with the terrorism. It was 9. I know कि they will not stop. The Indian government will not stop. The Indian army will not stop. They will finish terrorism. And our fight is with terrorism. I've been telling it. This is against terrorism. We need to fight against terrorism. And this is just the starting. This is just starting of it.
You said that the terrorists should be shot down. They should not be brought here. The same has been done by the Indian government and the armed forces. What do you think?
Somewhere I am little in peace because they died like that. They were just killed. I'm seriously really in relief. They were not being questioned. They were not being fed. They finished. The way they finished us, they finished like that. I'm happy.
Sense of satisfaction in you.
It is. I'm satisfied.
Thank you so much for speaking to India today and being so brave in this whole incident. So there you heard from Aishanya. She said that I'm satisfied, and there is a sense of satisfaction that they were shot dead and not brought, and not a trial was being done as she was raising her request through our channel, in the past. So yes, she feels somewhere that the closure has been done in this very particular matter, and a sense of satisfaction is there in Aishanya and her whole family.
It's a tough road ahead for so many of these families. Thank you, Simar, for joining us. But Preeti, tough road ahead for so many of these families who've, lost their husbands, lost their fathers. You look at brave Aishanya there, you look at Himanshi Narwal. They've gone through so much in the last 2 weeks. And you hear Aishanya saying that I feel Shubham must be in peace now with what's happened. It gives you goosebumps, really. And I think the name Operation Sindoor is essentially to recognize also what each of these women have had to endure in the last 2 weeks, seeing their loved ones, their husband falling right before their eyes, then having to endure that pain with the nation, of course, standing with them. But there is a sense of closure, clearly, that they are feeling with this particular operation.
Well, you are right there, because what could be more personal in a way than Operation Sindoor, because somewhere down the line it's connected directly to those who matter most. And those who matter most are on our television screens today. In whatever way, if this gives them solace, then there couldn't be a befitting name for this operation. It was a military strike, it was strategic, it was tactical, but the emotional context to it can be seen with what this young woman just told us, Akshita. Meanwhile, lots of reactions coming in. India hitting back at Pakistan after the Pahalgam attack. Lots of reactions coming in from the families of the 26 innocent lives that were lost.
When this incident happened after 22nd of April, the day when I lost my father, and many of the women lost their husbands. So I think the name Sindur is given for the same reason, because the women lost their husbands, and whatever revenge is taken by our through airstrike, the revenge that is taken by our government is the best thing that has happened in the last 15 days with all of our families that we lost our loved ones. I think we should not stop until the terrorism is over.
असली मुख्य जो धारा है और असली जो गुनाहगार थे जिनने बंदूक चलाई थी, उनको बंदूक से उड़ानी चाहिए, उनके सामने उड़ानी चाहिए। जब बेगुनाहों को जान लेते थे, कोई डर नहीं था, कोई खौफ नहीं था, उन्हें कुछ भी डरा था। कुछ भी नहीं, एक शिकन नहीं थी उनके चेहरे पे।
Minutes from now, there's going to be a briefing by the Indian Army. All details of Operation Sindoor will be put out for the nation to know about how this operation was planned, what are the details of the 9 locations that have been struck. And not just that, you're going to be seeing back-to-back cabinet meets that will be happening today. The cabinet meet on security, the CCS, will be meeting at 11 a.m. to take stock of really the operation and the aftermath of the same, with Pakistan also resorting to ceasefire violations along the border. But the time to watch out for, Preeti, will be 10 a.m. because that's when the Indian Army will be coming out with their first briefing, detailed briefing on Operation Sindoor.
So what we do know till now, viewers, because what we will get is the micro detailing, the fine print of how Operation Sindoor was executed, planned and met with a super success. But I'll take you through and I'll bring in Shivani Sharma into this on what we do know right now, that this was a tri-service operation. Both Army, Air Force and the Navy were involved. They executed it to precision, which in effect is historic because that has never really happened, where all three services have come together. And now you can build context to it, viewers, because those multiple meetings that the Prime Minister held with all the three chiefs of Army, Navy and the Air Force, and then met them one by one each. So it all tied in together with this tri-service strike where Pakistan is concerned. Number one. Number two, weapons of high precision were actually used. So to cause zero civilian casualties, to hit exactly the target that needed to be struck, and that is that. Number three, for the first time, the importance of it, and it cannot be lost on anyone, Akshata, is that there were two parts to this terror strike. One, the strike on Pakistan on terror. One, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. There are 4 terror outfits, terror launch pads there that India bombed. On the other hand, for the first time, India hit deep in mainland Pakistan, province of Punjab, Muridke, the nerve center of terror. And to get there, to hit that, requires fair amount of gumption and grit, and to execute it the way India has is, a salute to all three forces.
At 10 a.m. is when we're getting the briefing by the Indian Army, where details, as Preeti pointed out, of Operation Sindoor will be out. But as Preeti also highlighted, these were clear precision strikes planned, plotted over the last 2 weeks. I'll bring in Aishwarya Paliwal for more details really on what's lined up through the day. Aishwarya, 10 a.m. is the Army briefing, and then we're going to be seeing back-to-back cabinet meetings to take stock perhaps of the situation along the border, the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. Just run us through what's scheduled for today.
Well, the most important briefing, Akshata, that we will see taking place today is the 10 a.m. briefing, which will be done by the Army. What has happened, what went behind it, and what's the future? All these things will be told to us in that very important briefing. After that, the cabinet briefing scheduled at 11 a.m. The government knew exactly what was about to happen. When was it about to happen? We still just have to see whether the mock drills that were scheduled for today, will they be taking place or not? Just waiting, Akshata, for a little bit of clarity on that. The government will also assess the damage that has been done, the ramifications that, Pakistan will have for this, what they need to tell the world. Already we know that the top government officials have made those phone calls, and earlier also we saw how on the day of the attack, 22nd, the attack happened on 23rd. It was the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. He met with almost all the envoys and told them that what India was planning to do. So all those things are in place, and assessment really is something that we will see taking place, and we should also be expecting an official statement coming out from the Bharatiya Janata Party. A press conference perhaps by the party is also something, Akshata, that we should be expecting through the course of the day today.
So we'll watch out for that. Aishwarya also telling us that we're expecting some communication in the hours to come about the mock drills. As of now, it's scheduled to take place as planned this evening. So we're going to be getting you those details of those meetings. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. 10 a.m. Preeti, is when we're going to be seeing the Army briefing, then the Cabinet Committee on Security huddle, which will be meeting for the 3rd time, if I'm not wrong, since the Pahalgam attacks. That's happening at 11 today.
So, all eyes peeled at 10 a.m. That is when we will know the micro details, the fine print on how Operation Sindoor was planned, plotted, executed to perfection, viewers, with precision. The tri-services coming in together to script what could be history, what happened last night. I want to just quickly cut across to our guests this morning. We are joined, Akshata and I, by Group Captain V.N. Jha, former fighter pilot, defense analyst. Let's cut across to him first. Captain Jha, 3 services coming together, executing an operation with the kind of precision that at least we have seen. How historic is that? How would you rate this operation?
Well, I compliment the Government of India, Ministry of Defence, as well as the three services that they have carried out the operation with the absolute precision. It was worth watching the entire operation, even in the clips that we have seen on your channel. But more than that, we had been expecting it last night itself after the notam was issued, and as a diversionary tactics, most probably operation the mock-up drills what was planned today. I was having a feeling that possibly something will happen in the night, and that did happen. But all said, most of us, we had been expecting that it would be more than the Balakot. In Balakot, only one terrorist organization was the one who was responsible at Pulwama. This time, it is not only the Pathankot. It has been a series of attacks on our people. And there we must be, be sympathetic with many others. It was not only the Pahalgam. Think of Kishtwar, what happened in April, 9th April, I think it was there. Katwa in March, Sundarbani, February. Series of attacks last year in the October at Anantnag, at Gulmarg, Gandarbal, and thereafter before. It was on the civilians as well as on the military personnel. Think of all those attacks which has happened, targeted killings of the Hindu in Kashmir Valley and somewhere else. It has been a series of such attacks. For long, we had been asking, the Ministry of Defense to be proactive. We knew in the last 2.5 years that there were launch pads which were full of the terrorists all those years, and we had been suggesting to the government those days also. Please be proactive. 10 of them will come this side, 9 you will kill.
No, very true. This was a long time coming. There were multiple terror launch pads, which is why you're seeing 9 targets right now in these strikes. Hey, Captain Jha, just stay with us because we'd like your expertise also on how this particular strike was carried out. Let's just talk about the targets here, Preeti. And what Captain Jha also pointed out was that there are multiple now terror launch pads. 9 targets particularly where we've seen these strikes happen, and 2 of them are prime terror hubs. What do I mean by that? These are Lashkar-e-Taiba hubs, their headquarters, if you will, where in fact many of these terror attacks like Pahalgam have been plotted. Hafiz Saeed's mosque that served as a headquarter for Lashkar has been completely destroyed in these strikes. The mosque linked to terror activities and terror planning, identified as Masjid Taiba, is a center for ideological training, which is essentially radicalization, getting more terrorists and then deploying them to target Indians. 26/11 attacker Ajmal Kasab confessed that he was also trained in Muridke, where the terror hub is located, where the strike has happened. Kasab also described the complex as key to plotting terror attacks and indoctrination. So since then to now, our forces, our agencies have been closely tracking all of the movement in this particular area. Muridke, mind you, is close to Lahore, and that tells you how sensitive an operation this was and how precise this strike was. Osama bin Laden had financed 10 million rupees for the construction of this very mosque and a guest house within the Markaz Taiba complex, all of which has now been blown up to bits, Preeti.
And we're going to take our viewers through on why exactly Muridke, viewers. How many times have you seen, heard on television, read on newspapers that possibly every terror attack in India bore the footprint of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the man Hafiz Saeed? So why Muridke is the answer there. Near Lahore, it is the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, the LET led by Hafiz Saeed, the mastermind of 26/11, viewers. So it's retribution, all right, for Pahalgam, but you can go all the way back and tie it to 26/11, before that, to the attacks on the parliament. So in that sense, this is decades in the making, and that is the enormity of what has happened last night, the destruction of Masjid Taiba. What is Masjid Taiba? The LET headquarters in Muridke, where Kasab, when he confessed, he was trained there. At any given point of time, there are at least 90 to 100 terrorists who are studying there, who are being indoctrinated, who are being trained, and then sent across the border to foment terror on Indian soil.
And Ajmal Kasab gave details of that. He confirmed meetings with Hafiz Saeed in this very complex. He described it as a complex that was key to training, planning, indoctrination, as Preeti just pointed out. So this was the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. It's been on watch of our agencies for the last many years. And now you're seeing, after the Pahalgam terror attack and a clear link to Hafiz Saeed, to this attack as well, our forces targeting this headquarters. And it's not just the LET, Preeti. You're seeing also targeted strikes against the Jaish-e-Mohammed, against Hizbul Mujahideen. And let's focus on the strikes on the Jaish terror hubs as well. Let's put out the images right now of the mosque that served as a terror training pad in Bahawalpur. This is the area. You see what it looked like previously versus now, blown to bits courtesy this precision strikes by the Indian Army. This was a training pad in Bahawalpur for the Jaish-e-Mohammed. What we've done is essentially the biggest setups of each of these terror organizations, Hizbul, Jaish and Lashkar. We've gone ahead and targeted those particularly, no matter how deep it is within Pakistan or POK. JAM terror commanders associated with their Afghan operations also visit this markers for terrorist plannings for meetings to go ahead and plot against India. Now, this is a fortified facility. It houses about 600 cadre. Imagine this. This is a terror training setup. It has a state-of-the-art gym. It has a swimming pool, luxury for terrorists, believe it or not. It's used as a recruitment center also and a training camp, which is why the need was to clearly target these launch pads and these training centers to ensure that these terrorists have no resources available to them anymore.
All right, so why Bahawalpur? Why was Bahawalpur picked? Once again, what is Bahawalpur and the exact installation? The Markaz Subhan Allah building. Why was it held? Because it was the operational hub, the headquarter of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the main training center where many were indoctrinated in this center of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, served as the terror training camp for 2019 Pulwama attack, viewers. The residence of key Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders till now, where key terrorists who have plotted terror in India continued to reside in that very building that India bombed last night. Over 600 cadres still living in this facility, which is fully equipped, gym, pool, therapy center, stables, riding grounds, all to come together only to terrorize India. That was bombed last night.
And imagine that, it sounds almost like a resort, the kind of facilities that are available in a terror training hub. So we've told you about the Lashkar-e-Taiba, we've told you about the Jaish. There's also other terror hideouts of the Hizbul Mujahideen that were targeted. Overall, 9 terror hideouts that have been destroyed by our forces. 3 mosques among them, which were used as hideouts by Jaish-e-Mohammed and LET. One of them particularly that we'll talk about is the Bilal Markaz, linked to a Jaish-e-Mohammed commander. This mosque, and we've got images also of what it looks like post the strike, this mosque served as a major transit camp for terrorists. Essentially, all of these terrorists trying to attempt to infiltrate into India would actually go ahead and make a stop at this particular point. So our agencies knew that, which is why this area was targeted. And this is what it looks like now. The aftermath of the strike, where you see the building completely blown up. Pakistani special forces were involved in training these terrorists. The facility located in Muzaffarabad of POK was on the radar of our agencies and used to, because it actively trained about 50 to 100 terrorists who then attempt to infiltrate into India. We know right now that in all of these strikes that have happened, about 90 terrorists have died. But we're waiting for official confirmation on that, Preeti. Pakistan, of course, attempting to play down that figure as well.
All right, well, as 90 terrorists have died, Pakistan attempting to play down that figure, and I'll give you the figure where Pakistan is giving out just 8 have died as per Pakistan. But viewers, there's so much disinformation in Pakistan propaganda that is floating about, and one suggests one steers clear from that. But coming back to the terror camp, the Sayyidina Bilal Markaz, which has been destroyed, located in Muzaffarabad, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the main center of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Once again, a terror camp of Jaish. The mosque used as transit camps for Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists who would come, camp there, and then transfer and cut across to Jammu and Kashmir. Over 50 to 100 terrorists resided in this mosque. Terrorists trained by Pakistan's special forces in this very facility. The JEM commander and POJK chief led the mosque operation. So that is why this particular installation was picked.
Okay, let's take this across to Group Captain V.N. Jha once again. Captain Jha, I just want you to explain, as a former fighter pilot yourself, of how these precision strikes were carried out. We know 2 missiles were used, the Scalp missile as well as hammers. How does that really help in ensuring precise strikes where the exact building, the markers that we wanted to target, is the only one that's hit?
I must correct you. I am not the fighter pilot. I'm the strategist in the defense services.
Apologies, sir. Go ahead.
However, when we are talking about the targets, what was picked up, I must tell you, in Pakistan, there are about 60 odd terror organizations, out of which there are about 9 or 10, which is absolutely India-centric. Few of them you have already named, LET, JEM, Hizbul Mujahideen, Harkatul Jihad, Harkatul Ansar, Arbad, Al-Farq. These are the ones who are absolutely India-specific, and that is where India has picked up these targets absolutely with the precision. You mentioned about Muridke, you mentioned about Bahalpur. Kotli has been hit badly. Muzaffarabad has been hit badly. By the way, Muzaffarabad is also the headquarters of Hizbul Mujahideen as well as of Harkatul Jihad. And I'm sure many of these jihadi organizations who have been there, they have been hit very badly. Actually, in the Muzaffarabad, more picture will emerge in the coming time as it goes. Of course, Pakistan will deny.
Captain Jha, will you stay with me, sir? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, and there's a reason I'm doing so. Apologies there, because we're getting in visuals, and we're going to come right back to you. These visuals that we're streaming live on our television screen come from Muridke, Pakistan. This is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. These visuals coming in, you can see ambulances going in. You can see these visuals of this masjid completely destroyed. I want to cut across back to our guest. Sir, do continue. Sir, go ahead. Make your point.
Yeah, I was trying to tell you that all these places which have been hit, the purpose is, it is not important how many terrorists have been killed. I'm sure many have been killed. Bahalpur is the one where at any given time, anything from 200 to 400 odd jihadists are there. The trainees, they are always there in Bahalpur. So that we know. Muridke, you also already mentioned that, so many have been there. But it is not important how many of these have been killed. The message was to be given to Pakistan that, look, if you commit terrorism here on the Indian territory, you are going to pay for it. Now, in this particular strike, India has very clearly shown that it was not a single isolated attack onto the jihadists. It was 9 major centers which has been hit. And in the future also, this route is open. If you commit anything here, you are going to pay. Message is very loud and clear. At this moment, it is not important who is pleased with this strike and who is displeased. Makes no difference. India is working on its own. Of course, Ministry of External Affairs himself, Minister has been visiting the Europe and many other friendly nations or the colleague nations. He has been having word. But it makes no difference who is feeling good or who is feeling bad. It is a strike on terror. If the world over today, everyone is feeling suffocated with the jihadist attacks. The world over. It is only that we are talking of this 9-10 here in this place. There are many, who was talking of Abu Sayyaf, Al-Badr, Al-Farq, Al-Farhan, Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, Nusra Front, Boko Haram, 3 of the Iranians. Hello. In world, there are today about 300 odd jihadi organizations, out of which only we are hitting at 8 or 9 them. So anyone to say that we are going to knock out jihadists, knock out Islamic terrorism, no, it is not possible. But on our territory, they should not feel free to come and strike. If they do so, they are going to pay for it, and there will be a very severe, very heavy price for it. That message should have gone, and I think that message has gone home with this strike. Pretty.
All right, you are right, sir, because that message has hit home, because not only will India remember this, Pakistan will remember this. Of all that we've been speaking in the studio for the last 10 days ad nauseum, that deterrence needs to be created this time. There needs to be deterrence, and I think deterrence, Group Captain Jha, has been delivered this time, Akshita.
Very true, and that's why you've seen 3 terror outfits that have been targeted, not just targeted strikes against the Lashkar-e-Taiba, whose role has been confirmed in the Pahalgam attack, but a larger message involved here, that these terrorists will pay the price. And that's why you've got these particular targeted strikes on Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, on the Jaish-e-Mohammed, on Hizbul Mujahideen as well, because these 2 terror groups also have had a role to play in terror attacks on Indian soil. So there's a larger message that our forces, that the government also is intending to send across, that if you attempt, so much so as attempt to spread terror on Indian soil, you will pay the price. And this is exactly what we've been speaking about, the need for Operation Sindoor, to send across a message to these terrorists that they can't enter into our soil, perpetrate and carry out this kind of an attack and get away with it, which is why now these 9 precise strikes have taken place, details of which, of course, we'll know at 10 a.m. when the army briefing takes place as well. But this is something that, of course, happened at about 1:44 a.m. is when these strikes happened. And I think a newsbreaker also just coming in, Preeti, on this. Right. Government sources right now on the Indian airspace being monitored.
Well, Indian airspace being monitored. This is a national emergency. Safety of passengers is paramount. DGCA is monitoring the situation. Viewers, let me give you context to it, because Indian airspace, there has been a certain amount of curtailing. Primarily, these are just standard operating procedures at the back of what has happened, which is highly unusual. So therefore, look at it not in terms of panic, but purely a standard operating procedure. What we can also add in all of this, Akshita, is that the Srinagar airport now is completely closed for civilian flights. So it will only be used as a center for the armed forces, and there will be no operation of civilian flights where, at least for now, the Srinagar airport is concerned. Air India Indigo has rescheduled, cancelled flights to Jodhpur, to certain cities in Punjab, to certain cities in Gujarat, to Chandigarh, to Srinagar. So if you are scheduled to travel this morning or this afternoon, do check in with your airline before you take that flight, because adding to it, like Akshita was pointing out earlier, news coming in that the Indian airspace is being monitored very, very closely. This is a standard operating procedure. We are in a national emergency at the back of what happened yesterday, because Pakistan has vowed to retaliate, and India needs to be ready for any such retaliation, keeping its citizens away from harm. So all of this, Akshita, is just SOPs that need to be followed with stringent measure.
That's right, and the message is very clear from sources in the government that safety of passengers is paramount. You may see a few minor inconveniences, but safety in a national emergency is paramount, and the DGCA is closely monitoring the situation. What you're seeing is flight operations being hampered, affected largely in parts of North India, and there are also several precautionary measures being taken. We can't take any chances right now, and that's the message going across from the government, which is why Indigo, SpiceJet, Air India, like Preeti was telling you, has putting out several communications about flight operations that have been hampered.
All right, Aishwarya is joining us live with more details on this developing story. Aishwarya, all of this is temporary, because right now at the back of what has happened, Indian airspace has been curtailed, emergency measures in place. What more can you add?
Well, Preeti, one thing that the government is very clearly looking at, and this is something that all the airlines also know very, very well, that it at the moment is risky, if we, especially if we look at Jammu and Kashmir and all the adjoining all the areas that are around, even if we speak about Punjab, some parts of UP, so all those airspaces at the moment are being monitored by the government. They understand the risk, and the airlines also now understand that it could be risky. That's why we are seeing massive rescheduling taking place. The government is also saying that all the airlines have been told that the rescheduling is a must. They need to do it, and also need to keep a very watchful eye on the entire airspace. So that's what the government at the moment is doing. The DGCA, which is the authority which looks at the Indian airlines, which looks at the The airspace, that also is now constantly monitoring the airspace. Government very, very vigilant, at least for the next 24 to 48 hours.
So we know that the Srinagar airport right now, Aishwarya, has been shut off, and we don't know exactly for how long. That will depend, of course, on the situation and how things progress. Is there a plan right now of the Civil Aviation Ministry of the government, Aishwarya, to possibly shut down more airports closer to the border?
West let me tell you, that is something that the government at the moment is very keenly looking at, which is why the entire airspace from north to south, east to west at the moment is being looked at. It's not just that, the government also is looking at the adjoining airspaces of the adjoining countries. That's also something that is in the vision of the government, because we need to be very, very vigilant. Government is very, very clear. We have done the precision strike. We should now wait, because there is a chance that Pakistan could hit back.
Aishwarya, could you give us details? Right now, the information that is coming in is all domestic carriers. Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet. What about international, airlines? What about international flights? People who are scheduled on that? Is that all in place right now? Any impact on international travel?
Well, there could be, Preeti. That's the reason why you are seeing one airline after the other. They are giving out emails. They are calling people and telling them that what you really need to look out for. One, before you leave your house, make sure that you check whether the timing of your flight is on or whether it has been rescheduled. So the next 48 hours, especially for people who will be traveling, they need to be they need to keep a hawk's eye on the messages, on the calls that they will be getting, because the situation at the moment is very, very fluid. They cannot take a risk. The government is very, very clear. The DGCA very, very clear. You cannot take the risk, neither the passengers nor the airlines. So that's something that everyone out there will have to keep an eye out. Do keep on looking out for the emails, the calls, messages from airlines, because there is a possibility over the next 48 hours at least, we could see a massive rescheduling taking place, not just in a particular airline, but across various airlines.
Okay, that's an important update from Aishwarya. For the next 48 hours, we could see some disruptions in flight operations. If you're flying out, have a flight to catch, ensure you check with the airline on the schedule if that's changed up, because right now, in the next few hours, flight operations in several parts of North India have been hit. We're talking about delays, diversions, cancellations as well. All of this keeping in mind passenger safety. There is certain protocol to be followed in the case of a national emergency, as the government has put it. So they're leaving nothing to chance, as should be the case, which is why you're seeing some disruptions being reported. Compare that to Pakistan. Pakistan airspace is completely empty right now. Not a single international airline is taking the chance of flying over Pakistani airspace. They've all completely cut off and ensured that they fly around Pakistan right now, keeping in mind what's happened and the tensions right now between India and Pakistan and Operation Sindoor as well. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for getting us all of those details. We will continue tracking really the impact of the strikes on flight operations across the country. But let's tell you all about the strikes. There are 9 targeted strikes that have happened in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We've accessed exclusive information on why this operation was named Sindur. Now, sources say that this name was actually given by Prime Minister Modi. Why? Because the Prime Minister, in all of the meetings, which we've been reporting here extensively on India Today, in all of those meetings over the last 1 week, gave a very clear message that these terrorists targeted men, that many women were victimized as a result of the Pahalgam terror attack. They became and made into widows because of the Pahalgam terror attack. And that's why the befitting name of Operation Sindoor, to ensure closure for so many of these widows who saw their husbands being shot dead right before their eyes. So Operation Sindoor was a response to show that India will not let this go. We won't forget, we won't forgive. And that's why Operation Sindoor. So we've been speaking to some of the survivors of that terror attack, the widows who lost their husbands in the attack, who were shot dead before their eyes. They're now thanking Prime Minister Modi after Operation Sindoor, saying they have some sense of closure now.
Being joined by Aishwarya, the wife of Shubham, who was the first victim in this whole terror attack, who took the first bullet to his forehead. Aishwarya, what we have got to know that it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who gave the name of Operation Sindoor. It it is supposed to connect with, the women. In fact, you have been telling your ordeal in this whole operation, that how you felt like. How do you feel, and do you think that by giving the name Operation Sindoor, the justice has been done?
As I was saying this before, only and only Narendra Modi is the one who can connect with all the females in a way that he is the one who will give the name like this. Because emotions, he understands the emotions. He understands what we women are going through. He understands us. He understands the emotions. He understands the cries. So if I don't know if anybody else would have been giving the name, if it would have been anyone else. It can be anything. Sindur Rakhna wasn't कि सिंदूर ही रखना चाहिए, but the way he gave this name, it's very personal, it's very connecting. I feel like he was actually acting on a personal level. He was actually acting कि ये मेरी बेटी है, मैं अपनी बेटी का बदला लेके आया हूँ.
How difficult was it the whole time? We have been seeing that, it was a very difficult time. We have been sharing your experiences, the horrific experience. How was this time when you thought that, the revenge will be taken? We have been waiting for this. You said that we want to take the revenge, but enough was not done. You think that enough is done now? And how do you recall your experience in this matter?
The families will get impatient. Everybody was getting impatient. किसी के घर का, किसी के husband ऐसे जाएगा तो impatient होना लाजमी है. I was also getting impatient. But right now, when I see that this has happened, we are at peace. Shubham must be at peace. And I'm really thankful to whatever happened. I'm really thank you so much. Thank you for everyone whosoever is a part of Operation Sindoor.
So there you heard from Aishanya, Akshata. She thanked
Ask her one
PM Modi,
more
obviously,
question.
and she says that
Would you ask
the personal
Simar?
connect has been made.
Simar, would you ask Aishanya one more question?
Yes, please.
Does she somewhere down the line feel that there is closure now?
Aishanya, one.
Okay, we're cutting across now to images that are coming in from some of the targeted sites in Pakistan and POK. This is from Bahawalpur of Pakistan. You see now the impact of the strikes that's on your screens, a building completely brought down, decimated as a result of the precision strikes that were carried out at 1:45 a.m. this morning. Bahawalpur was one of the targets of this terror, of these strikes against terror groups, against terror outfits. You see one part of the mosque there completely destroyed. And also note here that all the buildings around continue to stand with no impact whatsoever. This is why we've been referring to it as precision strikes. This is exactly why we've said that the target was clear, our forces went right after the target and no one else. That's the message that came in from the Indian Army as well, when they said very clearly that, look, we have targeted only terror outfit setups. Nobody else has been harmed in this particular operation. But you see the images on your screens of what's happened in Bahawalpur. On the right is the video from the moment of impact when the strikes took place, and you saw multiple explosions taking place. On the left of your screens are those images of what exactly was the impact of those strikes. Remember that right now the information that we have is that in these 9 targeted strikes that have taken place, about 90 terrorists have perished. They were all based in these particular blocks, these buildings surrounding mosques, in madrasas, in these training camps. They had no idea what was coming. Suddenly, these explosions happening out of nowhere. Some videos captured by locals show you the extent of damage, destruction caused to these buildings, these terror launch pads, these terror training centers. And in Bahawalpur, you have a building completely destroyed, all buildings around standing tall, completely undamaged. That one building, which was our target, has been destroyed. And those who were in it also have, we understand, either been eliminated. These are terrorists, some also injured. Pakistan at this point not really giving out casualty count because it is embarrassing for them. So they won't, and we cannot really expect any real data on casualty count from Pakistan. But our sources tell us, our intel sources say that in these strikes that have taken place, about 90 terrorists have perished. These images from Bahawalpur on the right shows you the moment when the strikes took place at 1:45 a.m. There are about 5 explosions seen in this footage. You see one after another taking place in a matter of seconds there. And what you see on the left of your screens is the impact of that particular strike. In Bahawalpur, we understand that there were a couple of buildings that were targeted. This is one of those where you see it completely flattened. The roof has come crashing down as a result of these strikes. So we've been getting you these kind of images of mosques, of training centers essentially for these terrorists that have been destroyed completely, blown to bits as a result of these precision strikes. And, you know, as now we have woken up to all of these images, details now emerging of the impact of these strikes and the importance of each of these locations that have been chosen by our forces. This is what they were planning. This is exactly what they were planning to do, viewers, for the last 2 weeks. While, of course, everyone was asking what kind of steps India will take, what are our forces planning, they were figuring out which are the sites to target. These aren't really on the outskirts of Pakistan. Some of them are really deep into Pakistan. So we've used our long-range missiles to conduct these precision strikes and ensure each of the buildings that we wanted to target, which houses the most terrorists, which help these terrorists get the necessary training, which also pushes them, acts as a setup of sorts to push these terrorists into Indian soil to attempt to infiltrate into India. Each of these buildings was identified, and then the plan was made to conduct these precision strikes. And as we get you these 2 images, stark really to show you what exactly it looked like when those explosions took place at 1:45 a.m. and now images of the impact of these particular explosions. And there are multiple such images coming in from Lashkar-e-Taiba terror launch pads, the terror headquarters of LET, to the Jaish-e-Mohammed launch pad, to the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, to Hizbul Mujahideen. These 3 terror outfits that have carried out multiple terror attacks in the country have all been targeted as a part of Operation Sindoor. So no, it wasn't just limited to the Pahalgam terror attack. There's a larger message that essentially India is sending across, that anyone who chooses to bleed the country, anyone who resorts to carrying out terror strikes, who perpetrates terror attacks and who shields terrorists will face the music. And that's what you're seeing right now, which is why it wasn't limited to one strike like we've seen previously. What we're seeing instead is in fact these images that are coming in right now of 9 different targets spread across Pakistan, spread across POK, all of that being targeted. So we showed you Bahawalpur. Let's show you Muridke. Muridke is near Lahore. This is the mosque where Hafiz Saeed used to, in fact, recruit terrorists, used to go ahead with his indoctrination techniques and whatnot, and even train these terrorists. What you see on the right here, which I'm highlighting, is when the explosions took place, when the strikes happened. This is again from about 1:45 a.m. You see also the flames that burst out right after the explosion happened. What was the impact of that strike? That's on the left of your screens. You see now how the building was damaged. There were people, we understand, in these buildings. These were terrorists who were getting training, who were part of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. They were the target. And so these missiles and these particular strikes targeted these very buildings. So on the right of your screens, you have the moment when the explosion took place. On the left, the aftermath. Bits you see of the building thrown all over the place, strewn all over the ground. There are ambulances going in and out from that particular spot. That huge, massive ground you see there, that surrounds this entire training area. And this is considered to be, viewers, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba. And just imagine, for our forces who've been tracking, by the way, our agencies have been tracking that very location for the last many years, because it was Ajmal Kasab who gave details of how he was trained in this very building. And that's why they've been keeping their eye out on this particular building, waiting for the right moment to strike. Post the Pahalgam terror attack, with the LET's role being crystal clear in carrying out that particular strike, our forces have gone ahead and targeted the very core of the LET, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. What remains right now is just a whole bunch of rubble. You see ambulances moving in and out right now from that very spot. from Muridke. So Bahawalpur, you see the kind of impact of the strikes and the aftermath, where you see buildings being blown to bits, the targets, which were these terror training sites, and Muridke, the LET headquarters, where again, beyond this fence, barbed wire fence, this kind of protection, multi-layered protection that usually terrorists enjoy in Pakistan, our forces ensured a strike directly into the building. So there's no protection that could have been provided to these terrorists. There's nowhere they could hide. They didn't see this coming. They didn't know what happened. Before that, the explosion took place. And there were multiple such explosions to ensure maximum damage to these buildings, to these terror training grounds, which is what we've seen in Muridke as well. The images on your screens on the right, that's just come in from moments ago, where you see the impact of the strike. There's just rubble there, you see on the grass. There are ambulances moving in and out. All this while Pakistan remains completely mum on the casualties that it suffered, on the terrorists who have died, have been neutralized, have been eliminated as a result of this strike. So there's a reason each one of these locations were targeted, each one of these locations were identified as the spot for these precision strikes. And I'll run you through some of those. For example, Muridke, which I just showed you images of. Why exactly was this location chosen? Not because, it's close to Lahore, but because this is where the LET is based. Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters is right here. And remember, we have shown you here on India Today how Hafiz Saeed is enjoying the good life in Lahore. So a very clear message being sent across to the terror mastermind as well. This is the LET headquarters, where Hafiz Saeed also very often would visit, considering that he leads the Lashkar-e-Taiba. He's the 2611 mastermind. He was involved in the 2001 parliament attacks, involved in the Pahalgam terror attacks as well. So he has a long list of terror credentials. It was about time we struck right at him. The location we're talking about in Muridke is the Masjid Taiba. And this mosque was hit because of the fact that it's been linked to LET terror activities. We have evidence also to back that, because terrorist Ajmal Kasab, while in custody, did confess that he was trained exactly here in Muridke, in that very building that I showed you moments ago. Kasab confirmed that he met with Hafiz Saeed also in this very building, in this mosque. And he described the complex as a key structure that provides training, that helps in planning of terror activities and in indoctrination activities of youngsters to then brainwash them and push them into Indian soil to carry out the kind of terror strikes that we've seen in Pahalgam as well, which is why it was so crucial to kind of target them where it hurts the most, where essentially for the LET to limp back becomes very, very hard. Now let's talk about Bahawalpur. I showed you those images as well. Why was Bahawalpur on the target list right now for our forces? The location that was targeted in Bahawalpur is the Markaz Subhan Allah. This is the Jaish-e-Mohammed hub. Not just the Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed also has suffered because of our strikes. This is the operational hub of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So much like the LET being based in Muridke, Jaish is based in Bahawalpur. This is the main training center, the main indoctrination center of the JEM. It's also a terror training base. So imagine this, what we've done is essentially also crack down on the perpetrators of the 2019 Pulwama attack, because this was the center in Bahawalpur where you had terror training being given to terrorists for the 2019 Pulwama attack. Several of the top JEM terrorists actually reside in this particular building. Over 600 cadre live in this building, and I've shown you the impact of the strikes. The building is completely collapsed. It actually had a gym, a swimming pool, therapy center, stables, riding ground. So essentially a resort for terrorists. Only in Pakistan is that possible. And that's why this resort for terrorists really has been the target of our agencies, of our forces with these precision strikes. The idea is to ensure that these terror outfits are crippled so badly by these strikes, they can't come back and hit us again. Let's cut across to breaking news coming in. And we've been showing you the footage of how our strikes have turned Pakistan terror launch pads into nothing but rubble and debris. Video proof now on your screens of what the Jaish terror headquarters looks like in Bahawalpur. The mosque, the seminary, which is where you had all of these terrorists and cadre living together, has been destroyed, brought down, blown up to bits by the Indian strikes. This was the mission. This is what Operation Sindoor was all about. You see these images on the extreme right of your screens of the rubble that's been left behind after the strikes. One particular building, you see buildings all around, but one particular building was the target because it is here that you had terrorists being trained. It is here that terrorists were living the good life, getting training, and then being pushed into India to carry out terror strikes. So that's why this particular building was the only target, and it's been completely blown up. You can see that the roof has come crashing down. There's nothing left of that building. So when you see that footage of the strike, how exactly was it made possible? Let's tell you the details we have right now of Operation Sindoor. Mind you, 10 a.m. is when there's a briefing by the Indian Army, so more details will come out then. This is what we know right now. Precision strike weapons were used. This is what I've been talking about. Buildings that were identified as the target were the only ones that were hit in these strikes. And this was, in fact, an exercise, an operation in which all three services were involved. The Army, Navy, IAF, all these strike weapons were used to carry out these precision strikes. You even had seaborne strikes that were carried out. We will, of course, await details from the Army briefing at 10 a.m. on exactly how this was carried out and which targets were particularly pulled off by the seaborne strikes. Drones were also used. Besides long-range cruise missiles, drones were also used to hit some of the terror targets based on really proximity and how far we had to really go into Pakistan. The Lashkar headquarters, Hafiz Said's hideout, madrasas, these were the targets. The messaging was very clear: to target the terror bosses and ensure that they are now running scared. This was courtesy the RAW, which had identified these 9 target locations and then handed over all of that intel to our forces, to the Army, Navy and IAF to carry out these strikes right after. How did we carry out these precision strikes? You had Rafale jets equipped with the Scalp missiles. These are long-range cruise missiles that were used. And it wasn't just the Scalp missiles. You had the Hammer precision guided missiles also being used. So different targets, different kind of strikes, different kind of missiles that were used based on what was really needed. But let me break that down further for you. What do I mean when I refer to the Scalp missile and the Hammer precision guided missile? Let's talk about Hammer first. It's highly agile. It is, in fact, something that's used also for extended range targets as well, which is why it was perfect for this kind of an operation. It's a precision-guided bomb kit. So you kind of ensure that the location you want to bomb, only that is targeted, which is why the Hammer was used. It can be fitted, the warhead type, if you look at that, it can be fitted up into standard bombs up to 1,000 kgs. The range of the Hammer is about 60 to 70 kilometers. So there are specific targets which our forces identified and said, look, this is a target that the Hammer can strike with a range of 60 to 70 kilometers. Now, let's also talk about how it's guided. It has GPS, it has the INS, it has infrared imaging also, which is laser guidance essentially, which is why precision strikes are possible with the Hammer. As far as the launch platform goes, this is integrated with the Dassault Rafale fighters, and we know that the Scalp Hammer was fired from the Rafale in this particular case. Also, as far as its special capabilities go, what makes this particular missile particularly handy is its high precision, all-weather capability. It doesn't matter, rain, sunshine, whatever it is, this particular missile ensures it hits the target intended. It's also got stealth features. It can actually correct its trajectory mid-flight as well, which is what makes the Hammer missile so capable of what it did. Rafale, of course, is involved in carrying out this particular operation, Operation Sindoor. We understand Rafales were used to fire the Scalp, fire the Hammer as well. Now, the range of the Rafales is a meteor beyond visual range, which is amazing, which is why we're calling it a game changer, which is why it was used here too. Now, it also outclasses several AMRAAMs that are used by Pak F-16s. And that's why the Rafale ensures that we have a 100% clear edge over Pakistan. Now, as far as stealth features go, it's got better target tracking. It's also got a better engagement range than Pakistan's F-16s and J-17. So there's no comparison, really. Rafale ensures that we have an edge in every feature, including on stealth features. It's also got advanced electronic warfare, which means it's tech-loaded. It helps us also carry forward with these strikes because, very importantly, these systems can jam Pakistan radar and missile threats. And that's why the Rafale was used in Operation Sindoor. Let's also talk about the special capability of the Rafale. It can be equipped with the Scalp missile. The Scalp missile has a 500-kilometer range, which is why this was used. The Scalp missile with the Rafale is what was used for Operation Sindoor. It's capable of hitting high-value targets deep inside Pakistan. You need proof of that. We've seen what happened just a few hours ago with the precision strikes. So we've spoken about Hammer, we've spoken about Rafale. Let's talk about the Scalp cruise missile, which, as I told you, was also used to carry out these strikes. These are long-range, air-launched cruise missiles. In this particular case, it was launched from the Rafale. The range of a Scalp cruise missile, why was the Scalp chosen? Because its range is 500 kilometers. Let me just juxtapose that for you with the Hammer, which has about 50 to 60 kilometers range. The Scalp has a range of over 500 kilometers. Warheads, really, if we look at the Scalp missile, it is a 450 kg broach warhead. As far as guidance goes, it has GPS. It also has an inertial navigation system. So not really laser guided, but an inertial navigation system that this has. It's compatible with the Rafale. As I highlighted for you, you had the Scalp missile being launched off from the Rafale. So that was a launch platform. This was clearly planned, which is why we've in fact have Scalp in our arsenal, because it's compatible with the Rafale. As far as special capabilities go, it can penetrate hardened underground bunkers as well. So if some of these terrorists try to hide in bunkers in the buildings that were on target, that too would be completely blown up, decimated, courtesy the Scalp missile. As far as stealth features go, the Scalp missile also avoids radar detection. Keep in mind here that these particular strikes caught Pakistan completely by surprise. I want to highlight how Pakistan claimed that they were on a state of high alert, saying strikes are going to happen anytime now in the next 24 hours, 36 hours and whatnot. And you've been hearing this for the last 1 week, which means they were at the state of highest possible alert. And yet they just didn't see this coming at all. And that's because of the stealth features. So what you're seeing on your screens right now is going by the details that we have of Operation Sindoor. We've generated an AI video to give you a sense of exactly how these precision strikes were carried out. You had, in the dead of the night, these jets firing missiles, targeting our terror launch pads, targeting terror sites across Pakistan. 9 spots that have been targeted. So these videos kind of give you a sense of how this operation was carried out. It also gives you a sense of how complex an operation this actually was. And I want to bring in our reporters. We've got Mir Farid joining us live. We've also got Piyush Mishra right now getting us the latest updates. Piyush, I'm going to quickly come across to you for an update on that press conference that's expected at 10 a.m., which is when the army briefing is slated to happen.
Well, certainly, Akshita, but now what we are hearing is that there is some sort of delay in this press conference, and this press conference could take place by 10:30 a.m. and this is what we are right now learning. Initially, we were told that the press conference was supposed to take place at 10 a.m. but there is slight delay in that press conference. But whenever it happens, we will be able to know about the all details of this operation which has been carried out by Indian Army. Remember that PM Narendra Modi himself is monitoring each and every development, and throughout the night of the Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister was keeping a tight vigil on each and every development.
Can I just mention the update, Piyush? My apologies for interrupting, but let me just mention what we're putting out on our screens right now. What Piyush is telling us, that the army briefing is now pushed by about 30 minutes, 10:30 a.m. dot is when you can expect that press conference. But besides that, Prime Minister Modi, as Piyush was telling you there, has been monitoring the situation throughout. Through the night from 1:45 a.m. when the strike took place, the Prime Minister has been monitoring the situation, the impact, the success of Operation Sindoor. We also understand that the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, has been constantly giving the Prime Minister information on what's happening. Now, remember that in a few hours from now, you're also going to be seeing the CCS, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting happening. That's later to happen at around 11 a.m. Piyush is getting us those details. Piyush, my apologies for interrupting, but the information we have is at 10:30 is when the briefing will happen. The Prime Minister is getting in all information on the impact of Operation Sindoor from NSA Ajit Doval.
Absolutely, NSA Ajit Doval is constantly providing all the updates to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, Ashita, that yesterday also at around 10:15, Ajit Doval had met with PM Narendra Modi, and later in the day also. So we had seen 2 times Doval meeting Prime Minister, and today what we are told is that National Security Advisor after the Operation Sindoor is also briefing Prime Minister about each and every development. Minute-to-minute updates is being given to Prime Minister. At 11 o'clock, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting will also take place, and most likely National Security Advisor Ajit Doval will also be present in that meet, along with all the top 4 mantris of the Modi government, including Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And after that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, the Cabinet meeting will take place, in which all the Cabinet leaders will be present. So that's what the schedule which we have got. And before that meeting, we will have a very important press conference that will be addressed by Ministry of Defence. Indian Army is going to tell us about the entire Operation Sindoor, the 9 targets, those have successfully been achieved. That will be the main focus, and all the details
is the need of the hour, because there's a certain attempt, and I have Gaurav Samant with me also here on this broadcast, who's been getting us all the latest updates from 1:45 this morning when the strikes took place. The need of the hour, Gaurav, is for this kind of a briefing to take place. There are a lot of narratives being created, a lot of fake news doing the rounds. So this will be the army giving us all the details we need to know about the success of Operation Sindoor.
So some details will filter out, but only some, because it's a live operation. There is still clear and present danger of Pakistan wanting to retaliate, and Pakistan attempting to retaliate even as we speak. So there is a live warlike situation that's currently underway at the line of control. Pakistan has been slammed. It's absolute slam when it comes to Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. And this, from the name of the operation, Akshita, Operation Sindoor, it's a very big symbolic message that goes out. Remember what those radical Islamist terrorists in Pakistan had done. They had wiped out the Sindoor of Indian Hindu women when they killed their husbands after learning their religion. The Prime Minister aptly ensured that this operation is called Sindoor, and there is clearly hard action against Pakistan state-sponsored terror in Bahawalpur and in Muridke, in the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province, to teach Pakistan's radical Islamists a lesson. You cannot do this. Some information will come out, but we are still holding a lot back because the operations are still underway, Akshita.
We're still kind of understanding the impact, the success of Operation Sindoor, and perhaps how Pakistan could react as well. I'll just get in an update also from Mir Fareed on the kind of reactions, Mir, that have come in from Pakistan. First of all, as expected, of course, we don't know the casualty count from Pakistan. They're attempting to play down the figures. God alone knows why, because these are terrorists who have died. So ideally, Pakistan should be kind of giving out the details of terrorists who've been killed in their soil. But so far, give us a sense of how the Pakistan Prime Minister, how the leadership has responded to what's happened.
Well, Pakistan is responding at multiple levels. You have the DGISPR saying that Pakistan reserves the right of basically firing, or should I say retaliating at their time and at their place of choosing. So that is something that they have said, and that is why, as Gaurav said, this is still a live situation. This is a war-like situation because already, if you talk of line of control areas, they have been pummeled. There has been very heavy artillery fire from the Pakistan side. Indian army is retaliating in equal measure, but a lot of damage there. At least 6 to 7 casualties of civilians, I can confirm to you. Dozens have been injured. Lot of damage to property, but still, Pakistan, in fact, in its correspondence with the UN, has also said that they reserve the right to retaliate. So it still is a live situation. While India has done with it what it had to do, but there could be retaliation, and for that, all the army formation, air force bases, everyone is on the highest alert.
Yeah.
I am right now outside the Srinagar airport. As you can see, civilian airport traffic has been shut. Air force has taken over the airport, and no one is being allowed beyond the point behind me, which is the outpost that has been created. So things happening at multiple levels, but still we are not done. There could be retaliation from the Pakistani side, and that's why everyone.
You know, but one thing that needs to be kept in mind, sure, Pakistan may try to retaliate, but India is on top of that escalation ladder, and that every Indian must know. Pakistan, with all its weapons and its exercises and everything that was on, it could not stop these 9 targets, these 9 missiles that India fired.
Pakistan was on its highest
alert, and they could do nothing. So let's know about the strength of the adversary. We are not underplaying it. Pakistan is a professional army, which is unfortunately run by radical Islamists, but a professional army all the same with the nuclear button. But if I may, India has decided that after Pahalgam, those radical Islamists will be punished, whether they're in uniform or they're wearing their salwar kameez the way Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen does. And if I may, Akshita, all 3 headquarters, Sialkot, Hizbul Mujahideen, Muridke, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed, 3 headquarters of 3 radical Islamist terrorist organizations that has bled India since 1990.
Yep.
It's been targeted and devastated. That's just a signal from India. The real devastation will follow unless Pakistan mends its ways.
This is beyond Pahalgam. From what you're telling me, Gaurav, this is beyond Pahalgam. We knew of the role of LAT in Pahalgam. But our forces, our agencies decided that, look, we're not just going to send across a message to Hafiz Saeed and to Lashkar-e-Taiba, but to every terror outfit out there in Pakistan who dares to bleed India. So this was beyond Pahalgam. You're seeing terror-targeted sites of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, of Hizbul as well, who've been involved in multiple terror strikes on Indian soil. So it's a larger message that's going across to these terror bosses who think they're sitting comfortably, safely in Pakistan, that no, that's not the case. You have to be wary of what India will do if you dare to bleed us as a country.
No part of Pakistan is safe, whether it's Muridke or it's Bahawalpur. You know, because the Pakistani Punjabi Musalman mindset is that no Indian Hindu Baniya, as they call us, as they call all Indians, no Indian Hindu Baniya will target them in Muridke and in Bahawalpur. But that Pakistani Punjabi Musalman gets that message when these precision guided munition, whether it's the scalp or the hammer missiles, have hammered them at Muridke and at Bahawalpur. And Kamal, this is something that Pakistan should understand, whether it was the Parliament attack in 2001, whether it was IC-814 hijack, whether it was Raghunath Temple attack, whether it was 2006 attack when 200 people died in Mumbai trains, 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks and a whole litany of attacks. Finally, retribution at Muridke and at Bahawalpur. Kamal.
Well, absolutely. Precision strikes being carried out, as you're mentioning, in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, and yes, even the Hizbul Mujahideen camps in Sialkot. Now, what is important and significant is that this particular precision firing was done from the Indian territory itself. And this is where India said enough is enough, especially after Pahalgam. And we've seen retribution coming in post the Uri attack, after Pulwama attack, and now thereafter after Pahalgam attack. And there is obviously these terror targets which were actually chosen by both the RAW as well as international, by the IB itself. And this is obviously across the line of control. Even though there seems to be a heightened alert at the IB, what we've seen is Pakistan thereafter having a sort of attack on the civilians, and that is why what we see is in Kupwara, in Puj, innocent civilians being targeted, and thereafter what we've seen is a heavy response coming in from the Indian artillery. And remember, post 2003, the ceasefire which holds currently lies shattered. But clearly, as far as action is concerned, India had been preparing for quite some time, and that is why they were able to carry out multiple precision strikes. This is across 9 sites, targeting 3 terror organizations: Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen. Now, they've had safe havens in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir for a very long time. And this is a message loud and clear and loud as far as the Indian security grid is concerned, the Indian army is concerned.
Let's just talk about that for a moment.
Tolerated.
You know, there are a lot of comparisons between Operation Sindoor, what happened after Pulwama, what happened after Uri. If you look at those strikes and compare it to this one, why is there a lot of chatter that this is much bigger than any of those strikes that we conducted?
So the post-Uri surgical strike was a shallow incursion inside Pakistan. It was big because that was a big step that was taken. But at the same time, it wasn't like, going deeper inside Pakistan. So it was a shallow incursion. Some terrorist launch pads and training camps were targeted. Again, not the Pakistan army. But when Pakistan still did a Pulwama, the next attack was in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. That is where Indian Air Force fighter jets crossed the line of control and hit across the international border. That was a very significant message that was going out to Pakistan, that no part of Pakistan, it's a very narrow country, as you see in the map, and we'll play that out for you. Pakistan is a very narrow country, and that is why it has always sought strategic depth in Afghanistan. So India diplomatically became friends with Afghanistan. Even the Taliban in Afghanistan gave them, a lot of resources. And then once the Pakistan's strategic depth was taken away, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa was targeted, Balakot, Jappakot. Very important. What is extremely significant, even that did not deter Pakistan beyond 5 years. So when Asim Munir took that big risk of targeting Pahalgam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi decided one strong message had to be given, which he said was unimaginable. And unimaginable, even for people like me who've covered terrorism for 25 years plus, was hitting Muridke. Remember all the conversations you and I have had that Pakistan has to be hit, terror has to be hit at roots, that we kill terrorists in our own country and we say we've done a good job, but that's like pruning branches of the terror tree. With roots in Pakistan, this is the first time roots have been targeted in Muridke and in Bahawalpur. That is why this targeted attack at Muridke and Bahawalpur and in Kotli and in Muzaffarabad is very significant, along with Sialkot. I want to bring in Colonel Rohit Dev. Colonel Rohit Dev was a part of a division at the line of control in North Kashmir at a time when situation with Pakistan was extremely tense. And Colonel Dev, I want to understand from you the targets. Muzaffarabad, 2 targets. Kotli, Gulpur, Bimbar. I'll come to the targets south of Pir Panjal and then along the international border in just a moment. How significant are the targets in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, sir?
Right. Gaurav, 3 quick points. When you see these strikes going, which are deep strikes, missile strikes from the Navy and the Air Force primarily, and designation given by the troops on ground and the SF, I think the northern targets are the targets which are more to hit the terror outfits which were mobilizing for this summer incursion. So definite intelligence was there, and they've been struck very, very well. It also dissipates Pakistan's intent to cover its troops towards the eastern part of Pakistan, because the neglect on the Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is going to be much more significant. The southern targets are particularly very, very important. See, you can strike buildings, you can kill terrorists, but the ideological radicalization of this country and its military cannot be changed. So this is a signaling today that that entire enclave which you see from Muridke to Chakamru to coming up to Sialkot, that and also the Bhavalpur area is where they started mobilizing like headless chicken. The strike goes at the very pretext of our calling. And I think for the last 1 week plus, they have been trying to tell us that they are anticipating attack. It's actually in Pakistan's interest to have a skirmish going on across the border or the LC, which India is not keen. India has drawn out a very, very long-term plan. We have hit the terror camps. We have told it's non-escalatory. And one extra word we have added beyond Balakot this time is to say that we have not hit your military installations. This is a geopolitical signaling. You will hear it in the MEA briefing as well with the joint briefing. To the some friends and lackeys of Pakistan and also some earlier supporters like US and who try to play preachers to say that we have done this. Now you tell your lackey back in Pakistan that what should be the escalation ladder to climb. So the first casus belli was killing of innocents, and the operation, like you rightly pointed out, is a messaging to the Islamist radicalization state of Pakistan that it's not going to be tolerated. The second casus belli is rising today. So what's going to happen is Pakistan is going to turn it around to say that we have hit their civilian targets and collateral damage, blah, blah, blah. They're going to come ahead in Jammu area, Ratnochar, Kaluchar area and strike our civilian locations and habitats. That is going to give rise to a lot of indirect fire and retaliation from India, both from air, sea and ground. And I hope Pakistan is ready for that because we are playing it absolutely by the playbook. They made noises about they made noise about the dam. They said we will strike. Where is the strike? I mean, they talked to Russia today.
No, but it's still early hours. It's still early hours. They may strike.
It's going to happen.
It's going
to happen.
Yes, it will happen.
But see, there is
what if they target a brigade headquarters, Akshita? That's one of our apprehensions. They may target one of our military locations, and that is the message that India sent out. We've targeted terrorists. Yeah. We haven't targeted your military. If you target our military, that's the signaling. There'll be consequences for Pakistan, Akshita.
No, and we're leaving nothing to chance right now. As Gaurav said, this is a live operation, so you're seeing maximum security preparedness right now by India as well for any eventuality. And that's the way it should be, which is why you're seeing also a lot of movement happening along the border. This is at this point, as the government has put it, a live operation which they're tracking the latest on. Colonel Rohit, they've also, just a quick point really on these precision strikes that we've seen. Just for the layman to understand, Colonel, how challenging is this kind of an operation when you have Pakistan saying that, look, we're going to see a strike in the next 24 hours anytime now, which means they were anticipating something like this would happen, and yet just didn't see this one coming.
See, anticipation is okay, but what is the capability? The day Rafale was coming, I think I remember Shivarur and Gaurav were on the show and I was with them. And we made a sort of a point. I also said that let's get that version M asset for the Indian Navy from the aircraft carriers, right? You have today acquired capabilities and striking mechanisms today, both by ground, by air, and also by sea, which are very, very pertinent capabilities. Pakistan does not have it. So its ability to even discern such kind of an attack, I mean, they can scramble their jets, they can burn their fuel, they can mobilize, they can ruin their economy. That's what we have achieved for the last 11 years. Right, so we fire one bullet on the LC, they open up the entire arsenal what they have on the LC, they're wasting their economy, right? So it suits us. But they don't have the capability to gauge, they can gauge our intent, but they can't gauge the delivery mechanism today of the Indian Air Force, Indian Navy and the Indian Army.
And that's the point we've been making constantly. And Colonel Dev, stay with me as I bring into this conversation my colleague and senior journalist Sandeep Unnithan, as we also bring into this conversation Air Marshal Anil Khosla, an aviator par excellence. And Sandeep, quickly to you first, India's response and the manner in which it came. 9 targets, multiple precision strikes, the hammers, the scalps, lots more used, but a little information that's still being kept from the general public till the time the operation is live. Textbook precision, or is there something we need to beware? Sandeep.
Well, absolutely. Textbook precision, Gaurav. This is possibly the largest strikes that India has conducted on what we call the infrastructure of terrorism inside Pakistan. You and me were talking about this yesterday. What is this infrastructure of terrorism in Pakistan? It is that entire mechanism that Pakistan's army has created over 4 decades to recruit terrorists, to equip them, and then push them across the border to conduct the horrific kind of attacks that we've seen in Mumbai 26/11 and in Pahalgam just last month. And these strikes, unprecedented strikes, where the aircraft stood on our side of the border, we hear, and launched these precision weapons, these hammers and scalps at these Pakistan terrorist training camps, their infrastructure, sends out a very, very big political message to Pakistan, Gaurav. It says that India has all its options on the table, and what we're going to look at in the coming days is going to be more of this escalation dominance from our side to ensure that Pakistan does not carry out a strike like they did in 2019. It will be to control the escalation ladder from spiraling up.
Absolutely. And Akshita, you're absolutely right, Sandeep. The fact that Sandeep pointed out a very important aspect that you may like to take with Air Marshal Khosla also, Akshita, the fact that Indian Air Force fighter jets in Balakot, they crossed the line of control and hit across the international border. This time it was within our territory, but you had missiles, you had the weapons and systems deep inside our territory. They can hit deep inside Pakistan. Pakistan has nothing of that nature. That shows how India's air power is coming of age.
Air Marshal Khosla, good morning, sir. Thank you for your time here on India Today. Can you just explain to us how this kind of an operation was possible, the missiles that were used, whether it was the scalp or hammer, how that's actually helped India carry out this kind of a precision strike, sir?
Yeah, so as far as the weapons used and how the strike was carried out, I'm not privy to the exact planning which the Indian Air Force must have done, but I can give you general information and exact weapons used. Maybe it will come out in case the Indian Air Force and the government of India thinks fit enough for it to be brought out in the open media. Yeah, from Balakot strike onwards in the 6 years, we have acquired new weapons, new platforms, new systems, which are much more capable as compared to Balakot time. The ranges are much more, the standoff ranges I'm talking about with the scalp and with almost 250 to 300 and the hammer, which is a closer range standoff weapon. And they both weapons are very, very precise. So unlike Balakot, where you had to go closer to the target, here you could target you could engage the targets from far away, staying well within your own territory. So there are quite a few differences from Balakot time to this time. Balakot, only one target was utilized. This time, 9 have been targeted. And also the distance of these targets from the IB or LOC are quite high because of good standoff capabilities which we acquired in the last 6 years.
You know what Pakistan is also resorting to, Colonel Dev and Sandeep, I want all our guests to weigh in on this. Now, very important aspect of war is information warfare and disinformation warfare. And Colonel Rohit Dev, quite like post-Balakot, there is an information vacuum. Now, because we're a democracy, we wait for information to be fructified before it's given out to the media. Does Pakistan capitalize on that information warfare with all its canards and false claims or half-truths and absolute lies, where we lose out on that information warfare narrative? Colonel Dev. Okay, Colonel Dev, apparently you're on mute. Kindly unmute yourself. Piyush, stay on. I'm coming to you in a moment.
What I'm saying was that you are 100% correct on that kind of a narrative which you have just said. Pakistan, since 2 a.m. in the morning, they've had the DAG, ISPR, their Prime Minister and many lackeys, including people sitting in the United States, have already approached many congressmen and people and tried to create. So you will see one funny tweet where one congressman today says that, India has not given evidence before launching, So I also asked him that what was the evidence? You had Pakistan sponsoring Osama bin Laden, the most wanted. You went to 15 more countries. So I think the narrative building is very important. The Minister for External Affairs made it very clear. We don't want partners, we want preachers. So I think we are taking our own call.
We don't want preachers, we want partners. Yeah, go on, sir.
So we want partners, not preachers. And that statement is out to the West today, and also the countries, some of them in the European Union, that, come what may, India is going to take its next steps. But
Colonel,
Pakistan is very clever.
Stay with me for a moment. I want these pictures to play out full frame for a moment. I want our viewers to see the extent of destruction in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Watch this image of Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. The bombing at night on one side of your screen and the completely destroyed Masjid on the other side, or the Markaz, the Masjid Subhanallah on the other side. Or in Muzaffarabad, look at the two images on your television screen. It has to be clear for the world to see what India has been capable of achieving. Very, very significant message going out there. I want to once again bring in Air Marshal Khosla into this conversation. Air Marshal Khosla, the destruction, the choice of targets like Muridke, for example, Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters. Air Marshal, why would a target which is known for the past maybe 25 years, 30 years, not be acquired earlier and be acquired this time? What, according to you, since you were Vice Chief of the Air Staff, what is the thinking that goes on in the minds of military planners when they zero in on a target, Air Marshal?
Yeah, so, the Air Force, any Air Force is all about targeting, hitting the targets, and these target lists are already always ready and refined continuously. And the very important aspect is the kind of response which you want to give depends on a lot of factors. The Air Force gives you to the planners the flexibility of rap on the knuckle to punch on the nose. That's what I call, 9 or 15 odd shades of response. And that depends on what target you are choosing, where is it located, how much of destruction you're causing it, a number of targets which you're choosing. So all these factors combined, make your response, the degree of response which you are trying to generate. Like if you compare to Balakot, Balakot was one target, one camp, and this time 9 have been targeted, and the destruction is much more. So that is what flexibility the Indian Air Force or that any Air Force gives the planners and the decision makers.
Okay. Piyush, if you're with me, and I also want to bring into this conversation my colleague Sandeep Punithan. Sandeep, when you look at the information warfare and disinformation warfare, the kind of canards Pakistan has been spreading from the DG ISPR to the Prime Minister to the Information Minister to the absolute silence on the Indian side, except that one statement that was made by the Ministry of Defense. Are we losing the narrative war and winning the war on ground?
Well, I'd like to say that, I think we've learned some lessons from Balakot in 2019, 6 years ago, Gaurav, when, there was an information vacuum after an Abhinandan's jet was downed inside POK. It was almost more than 24 hours before a proper statement could come out, before that tri-services briefing on South Block could be made. So I think lessons have been learned from there. And today the briefing is going to happen in real quick time. In 10:30 is when it begins. So less than 12 hours after those strikes against POK terror infrastructure, India, the Defense Ministry is going to come out with a joint statement.
But 5 hours of narrative. I mean, they are saying the number of fighters they are saying are down.
Yes.
The number of drones they say are down. The number of brigades they say have been targeted. And sadly, Air Marshal Khosla, a section of the Western media that preaches to the world does not practice what it preaches. It's been just taking the Pakistani narrative hook, line and sinker without cross-checking facts with India. It just goes on to indicate that they are a part of that narrative building, Air Marshal.
Yeah, so not only West, West and Pakistan is very, very active in this narrative building and misinformation, I will call, not narrative building. And they say that even in Balakot time, they retracted on quite a few issues, which statements they made, and within hours they had to go back on them. So, जो बोलते हैं कि नकल के लिए भी अकल चाहिए होती है. So their credibility goes down because they did nakal without akal. And yeah, you're right. So what happens is, moment any such event happens, a lot of misinformation starts. And actually, there's two ways of looking at it. One is countering it in a mature way, that is should be done. The second is, if you jump into it, like a unplanned this thing, you may be adding fire to it and creating more of a fog of war and misinformation, and which can be damaging also. So these are the two ways of looking at it. In my opinion, balanced approach should be followed, and a mature approach should be followed.
Fair enough. In about 39 minutes from now, we will have the first basic information. But one fact remains, Sandeep, that the moment an airstrike has happened or the moment tri-services strike happened from India, Pakistan is saying there will be retaliation from their side. All sorts of disinformation and misinformation once again, where they talk about military targets, because we don't have terrorists in our country, we don't have terrorists on our land. So what will they target? They'll either kill our civilians or they'll target a military installation, and that would be escalation.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And that is going to be critical. The kind of targets that Pakistan chooses, if it plans to retaliate, for what we have struck at their terrorist targets. We have no terrorist camps on Indian soil. So it remains to be seen. The kind of targets that they choose will decide the next course of action over the next couple of days, Gaurav. Whether we climb that escalation ladder or whether Pakistan takes that message and keeps the situation where it is right now, which is that terrorist camps on Pakistani soil have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces.
There are 44 levels of that escalation ladder, 44 levels. And there has been significant climbing of that escalation ladder, and we'll explain the escalation ladder to you, whether it's a disagreement between neighbors, diplomatic words that are exchanged, to political words that are exchanged, to the use of non-state actors, because that is serious escalation. Pahalgam was serious escalation by Pakistan, where they used radical Islamist terrorists to bleed India. That was serious escalation. Line of control, ceasefire violations, that's taking it one notch higher. That's also escalation, but that's small arms. The use of area weapons, whether it's mortars, whether it's infantry mortars, or it's, a section or a platoon or a company strength mortars, that's escalation. The use of medium artillery, that's 155 mm howitzers. The use of Bofors, for example, that's another level of escalation, because that is where you target longer distances, up to 45 to 50 kilometers. The 155 mm 52 bore weapon can target, and that's serious escalation, which is just now happening.
Yes. It's definitely one level of escalation up, Gaurav, and I think, like you pointed out, it's the caliber, the bore of the weapons that is going to be, used to retaliate. That will actually decide how how many notches up the escalation ladder we are climbing. But it's very clearly all eyes are on Pakistan, the Pakistan military, and the Pakistan deep state to see what they will do next.
Can they go up that escalation ladder? I'll come to Air Marshal Khosla in just a moment. There's breaking news that's just coming in. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is to brief Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the latest developments in just a short while from now. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has already briefed Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and there are various aspects of this briefing, from the intelligence inputs that are coming in, the internal security situation, so inputs that come in from the Intelligence Bureau, inputs that come in from the Research and Analysis Wing. There are multiple intelligence agencies that give their inputs at the multi-agency center, or at the level of the state at SMAC, or the state multi-level multi-agency center. And then, of course, there are inputs that come in from the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. When we talk about multi-domain operations, do keep in mind that this is a war that's being fought at multiple levels, or a war-like situation. Army, Navy, Air Force have already been deployed and employed in combat, but then there's also your cyber security network that's there. There are your strategic assets that are there, and the Prime Minister will be given a briefing. The full spectrum briefing will be made for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But I want to bring in Air Marshal Khosla on the escalation ladder. And Air Marshal, when you see 155 mm howitzers being used perhaps for the first time since that Ramzan ceasefire along the line of control, how serious is that escalation, and do you see this escalation go even higher, and how much higher, Air Marshal?
Yeah, so you listed out, you said 44 levels of escalation out of the, I'm not sure how is that calculated, but, those are military escalation, smaller rungs. But if you take a broader picture, escalation involves a lot of things. There's a multi-domain, as you said, warfare, and it's not only military, it is economic as well as, diplomatic. So all sort of efforts. The escalation ladder, when you take, it becomes a much bigger ladder. And the bottom line is, this time the civilians were attacked in the terrorist attack at Pahalgam. So India's patience has totally run out. And this time, to my mind, the country is ready to escalate to whatever level the adversary wants to go. And we'll not only match it, we'll go maybe 1 or 2 notches higher. That's the sentiments at the moment. So as far as escalation is concerned, I think if it is required, so be it. That is the attitude I think will be there, because these things are continuing even after a lot of repeated warnings and repeated attacks. There's still those support to the terrorists are continuing. So escalation, if required, I think the country and the countrymen are ready for it to whatever extent adversary wants.
Absolutely. These 44 levels of escalation is that Herman Khan's 44 level of escalation in thermonuclear warfare. And now that we've reached a stage, Sandeep, where you've come to area weapons or you've come to 155mm howitzers being used, but you've also seen employment of air power, and not just employment of air power. You've actually seen MDO already at a level, multi-domain operations. Your Army, your Navy, your Air Force, your P8Is, your AWACS, all of them have already been employed. Perhaps even your satellites to keep an eye on the adversary.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And this is what we're talking about here. Escalation dominance is the buzzword right now, because India wants to establish completely encircle Pakistan to ensure that it has no options to climb up that escalation ladder, to ensure that we are fully prepared for whatever Pakistan throws at us next. We will tell them that whatever they throw at us, we can go one step above that. And that is for Pakistan. That is for GHQ Rawalpindi to understand. It is for them to digest that message that escalation dominance has been established. And it is for them to, whether they want to climb up that ladder, go up 1 or 2 notches high, or just keep it at where it is right now, Gaurav.
Because the Prime Minister, the name Operation Sindoor, it has a deep meaning, significance and resonance. Because what the Pakistanis were doing was striking at the core of our belief. If there are people who are Hindus and they are singled out and targeted and killed because they are Hindus in 21st century India by radical Islamist terrorists who've come from across the line of control. Are they trying to send across that message that radical Islamists will target us in our own country? And that is why the name Air Marshal Khosla, the name Operation Sindoor, that will protect the honor of that Sindoor, will hit back, will hit hard, and will hit to deter a retaliation. There may still be a retaliation, but this is also striking at the core of the Pakistani radical Islamist ideology, Air Marshal Khosla, when you target them at Muridke and Bahawalpur.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're talking about the name. The Balakot time, the operation name was Operation Bandar, and there's a difference between that operation and this. The surprise, the tactical, in spite of being alert, that surprise was achieved by total secrecy and doing normal things, which we continue doing. And that is why a very name which was given was which cannot be connected with what we are going to do. But this time it's a different story. This time the Operation Sindoor indicates that yes, what the terrorists did, we are taking revenge for that, and openly. And also the difference is last time, it was total tactical surprise by not letting anyone know. This time the whole country announced that we are going to do civil defense on 7th. So that was actually a sort of announcement that, yeah, we are going to do something. So that is a big difference. Just 30 seconds on escalation ladder we talked about earlier. So what I'm trying to say is that our war endurance, our economic endurance is much higher. In case they want to go on the escalation ladder, so be it. I think we will outlast them in every aspect, and it will be detrimental to both the countries, but much more harmful to Pakistan than India.
That's a very significant point you're making. Air Marshal Khosla, stay with me. Sandeep, stay with me. Major General Sanjay Meston will join us on the other side of this big story that we're tracking here on India Today as we wait for the government's official statement on Operation Sindoor. Let me quickly take you through the headlines at 10. India avenges the Pahalgam terror attack. India hits Pakistan terror targets. Between 80 to 90 terrorists have been killed so far. There are many other bodies that are still buried in the debris. Images of destroyed Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu Kashmir surface. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chose the name Operation Sindoor. Op Sindoor named to avenge the Pahalgam ladies whose husbands had been killed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message will avenge every death. Prime Minister Narendra Modi monitors the situation from his 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefed the Prime Minister on the ground situation. India hits the headquarters of top terror kingpins. Hafiz Saeed's main Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters and mosque complex in Muridke near Lahore destroyed. Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters targeted in Bahawalpur, southern Punjab province of Pakistan. Multiple terror camps destroyed in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Operation Sindoor is to avenge the Pahalgam attack. Inside details of how precision-guided munition was used, the scalp and hammer from Rafale Omni-Roll fighter jets to drones used. Prime Minister Narendra Modi monitored the operation through the night. Pakistan stuck and spooked. Pakistan's Prime Minister confirms India's actions. Shahbaz Sharif concedes 5 places targeted, threatens to respond. Good morning, I'm Gaurav Sawant. If you're tuning in, the big story on India today, India has struck Pakistan and hit hard. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 9 targets hit, not just in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but in what Pakistan's ruling elite call proper Pakistan, that is Pakistan's Punjab province. And in the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province, barely a couple of kilometers away from Lahore at Muridke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, that UN-designated global terrorist Hafiz Mohammed Saeed's headquarters has been devastated. But that's just one strike. The second strike was at Bahawalpur. Remember that Maulana of terror India was forced to release after IC-814 was hijacked in December 1999? India has finally targeted Bahawalpur headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Jaish-e-Mohammed, that radical Islamist terrorist organization, has targeted India multiple times, from Parliament to Mumbai to Pathankot to Pulwama. And now, finally, there's retribution. There's breaking news coming in. The Indian Army's official briefing on Operation Sindoor is to take place in a short while from now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has hailed the armed forces for Operation Sindoor. We are getting you those live images that the cameras are all set up for that meeting. The Bahawalpur headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed has been destroyed. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has just said, proud of our armed forces. It was our resolve to give a befitting reply to terror, committed to eradicating terror at roots. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is to brief Prime Minister Narendra Modi shortly. I want to show you that middle image. It's perhaps one of the most compelling images that we've seen. That is proof of Muridke headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba being destroyed, being decimated, and we are told a large number of radical Islamist terrorists are still buried in the debris. The second picture that you see in that middle picture is the Bahawalpur headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed destroyed. I want to quickly bring in our guests on this special broadcast. Sandeep Unnithan, Major General Sanjay Meston, Air Marshal Anil Khosla with me. Sandeep, you and I have covered multiple Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror attacks on our soil, from the Parliament attack, IC-814 hijack, Mumbai 2006 train disaster where Pakistani terrorists, of course through Indian Mujahideen, put bombs on trains, 200 people died. 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, 166 people died. Finally, retribution comes in 2025, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. That 15-year reign of terror that you mentioned, where the city of Mumbai was targeted, citizens were shot to pieces, they were blown up between 1993 and 2008. Over 700 Mumbaikars were attacked, foreign tourists were attacked. Systematically, this campaign was waged from these centers, these terror centers that have been struck today, Gaurav. Murid K and the Bahawalpur headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. These two names have been etched in our memories for more than 3 decades, ever since the Jaish-e-Mohammed was launched, and before that the LET. These two terror headquarters, this is from where the Pakistan Army's deep state launched terror attacks against India. It's over 4 decades now, this war on terror that has been launched by India has now borne fruit. We have seen the results of that today. Those 9 strikes against those terror training camps, the infrastructure, the headquarters at Bahawalpur and Murid K is a very, very, very big message, Gaurav. It is after nearly 3 decades of Pak-sponsored, state-sponsored terrorism, India has finally struck back and it has said enough is enough.
Absolutely, enough is enough. 30 years we've bled. 30 years we have reported India bleeding. 30 years we've seen dead bodies of Indians killed by these radical Islamist terrorists. First image from inside Bahawalpur, that Masjid-e-Subhanallah that has been destroyed in the Indian missile attack. This is that grand terror infrastructure in Pakistan, in South Punjab. And look at what the Scalp missile is capable of doing. It's a 2-stage missile. It penetrates first and then it bursts. But in this case, it's penetrated more than once, and it goes on to indicate this 2-stage missile. Air Marshal Khosla, as we look at these images, it's penetrated through the dome and it's penetrated through the floor, because terrorists like rats hide underground. They've been neutralized, it seems, underground, Air Marshal Khosla. When you look at these first images, exclusive on India Today. Amazing images of Markaz-e-Subhanallah. This is that mosque where that Maulana of terror, Masood Azhar, used to preach, and he used to preach terror. He brought a bad name to the holy structure where he preached terror. And it's not just India that is saying so. Look at the testimony of David Coleman Headley when he talks about how Lashkar-e-Taiba at Murid K was the headquarters of a terrorist organization. But these are images from Bahawalpur in South Punjab, southern part of Pakistan's Punjab province. The first images from inside. The dome has been blown away. Sandeep, the dome blown. The Scalp missile, the 2-stage detonation, it penetrates and then bursts. Here, it has also gone through the flooring, Sandeep.
Absolutely, Gaurav. And these are very, very important visuals because, after the Balakot attack in 2019, the biggest criticism, one of the biggest criticisms of that strike was that there was no visible proof of the kind of damage that had been done. And there was a lot of debate, there was a lot of social media chatter around that, whether did we hit the target, did we not hit the target. Of course, we struck the target, but today we have very, very visible proof, Gaurav, of that target being struck, that Jaish center in Bahawalpur. It's a very, very important center of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. It is literally from where Maulana Masood Azhar has preached hatred. It's launched attacks against India for more than 2.5 decades, and that target has been struck. We're looking at those visuals right now, Gaurav, and I'm sure in the next couple of hours we will see more such visuals of the Air Force jets. From you will see missilery images, you will see bomb camera footage, bomb damage assessment of those missiles actually raining down upon all those terrorist training camps, that terror infrastructure. So I'm really waiting to see the kind of footage that our Air Force jets have got back.
Absolutely, Sandeep. And Jill Meston, stay with me for a moment. My colleague Ankit joins me on this big story. The point is, those who used to say, where is the proof? Where is the proof? Give us proof. This is proof for the world to see, Ankit.
No further proof needed, Gaurav. You can see the central dome, and in moments from now, we will show satellite pictures confirming how much damage. We can visually confirm, independently sourced pictures tell how much damage actually has been seen. In satellite pictures, what we can confirm is that the central dome, the central hall of Jamia Subhanallah has been completely damaged. It has been completely taken out. At least 3 explosions were reported from this location. Unlike Balakot, unlike Post Uri, no further sabut needed. No further footage is needed. You know, the central part, the core of JEM headquarters stands evaporated. There's nothing to be left. There's nothing for any terror chief, any terror operative, any terror commander to stand on ground. There's visually no ground is available. In moments from now, we will show satellite pictures confirming, showing the entire overview of the area, and we'll show you that this time, no further sabut is needed. The target has been hit 100%. The target has been achieved 100%. The central dome of Jamia Subhanallah at the outskirts of Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, the den of Masood Azhar has been completely taken out in these airstrikes, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. All those who said after Balakot, sabut kahan hai? All those who said after the 2016 surgical strike, where is the proof? Here is proof, not of one strike, but of 9 different strikes, and each proof will be there, General Meston. This is proof for people across the border, and of course some who may want to still see proof. We are putting it out in public domain. General Meston.
Yeah. Gaurav, firstly, I think it is a most historic day for India. There is no doubt. And India's national resolve is emerging out very, very clearly under the firm leadership of our Prime Minister and the Indian Armed Forces. They have done a marvelous job. What targeting? The visuals which are being shown here, fantastic targeting. No collateral damage. That is another beauty. And the kind of targeting we have done, the impact on the target end is colossal. Lots of, so many lives would have been there. So many people, these terrorists would have been killed over there, and they cannot deny. The best part is, you know, the pilots who would have gone for this operation, what a great, marvelous feeling they would be having. They have done a great job for Mother India. And Operation Sindoor, these Pakistanis have now been given a clear message that India shall and will not accept terrorism at any cost. We have a national resolve to wipe out terrorism from the soil of Pakistan, and the terrorists, the Pakistan army who are the terrorists in uniform, they will also be sorted out if they dare attack on India.
Significant point you make there. Significant point you make there. I want to stay on these images you know, Ankit, if you're still with me, and I want to also bring in Sandeep into this conversation. It's extremely significant. The proof that's coming out from Bahawalpur, the proof that's coming out from Muridke, this is something that was unimaginable, Sandeep. You and I have covered counter-terror operations for close to 3 decades, and hitting Bahawalpur, hitting Muridke, we would always say that fine, when you kill a terrorist in our own country, it's like pruning the branches of the terror tree or striking the leaves or the branches. You need to strike at roots. This perhaps is targeting 9 roots of the terror tree. Perhaps the only one remaining is Appara, but government's made it very clear, no military target, at least from what sources say, as of now.
Absolutely, Gaurav. You know, so far, all we have done, as you pointed out, we've only been killing the foot soldiers who've been sent into India. We've been hitting the launch pads. We're conducting shallow raids just across the line of control. But today, I think we've demonstrated our resolve by going deep inside Pakistan to hit terror camps like the masjid that we just saw at Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur, Gaurav, is 100 kilometers away from the international border. It is deep inside Pakistan. It is in southern Punjab. It's a very important cantonment town, a garrison town. It's also where Jaish chose to make its headquarters, establish itself more than 25 years back. And that is from where Masood Azhar launched several attacks against India. He preached hatred. He launched and recruited the Jaish cadres from Bahawalpur. It's literally the center of the Jaish-e-Mohammed's entire being. So literally with these attacks, Gaurav, you have actually taken the battle into the enemy's home, into his backyard. You have actually demonstrated for the first time that targets like Muridke and Bahawalpur that were always mentioned whenever we covered terrorism, whenever we spoke about terrorists, all of them coming out of these terror training camps and these masjids, these infrastructure of terror. For the first time, we have actually, crossed that red line, gone in and hit their terror headquarters deep inside Pakistan territory, Gaurav.
We have the best team of reporters on ground. We have the best analysts here on India Today to get you a 360-degree perspective of what's happening. Because we want our nation to know that if Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror bleeds India, there are costs that will be imposed on Pakistan and not just military costs. These, of course, are military costs that are being imposed on Pakistan because the reputation of the Pakistan army that was already in mud. It was mud because Asim Munir had put the Sharif brothers in power, even though Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf and Imran Khan had won elections. Instead of Imran Khan being Prime Minister, you have Shahbaz Sharif as Prime Minister. So Asim Munir is hugely unpopular, and Asim Munir and Imran Khan both cannot coexist. So there is internal dynamics there. I want to bring in Piyush Mishra. Piyush, just about 13 minutes to go for the government briefing. The government likely to make significant points, and especially on the misinformation and disinformation campaign that's been launched by Pakistan and not non-state actors, by their information minister, defense minister and prime minister, along with DGISPR.
Well, absolutely. All the lies those are being peddled by Pakistan will be busted, and a proper response will be given. All the clear details will be given by the government. Gaurav, in a few minutes from now, the government is going to do a press conference, and what we are told is that officials from Ministry of Defense and also officials from Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be the part of this briefing. They are going to brief about the operations, the targets, and the achievement which the government has achieved after carrying out these operations. What we're also learning from our sources, Gaurav, is that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, who is all set to reach here at 7 local landmark to meet Prime Minister for the cabinet meeting. Before that, he is there at Ministry of Defense, where he is being briefed by Chief of Defense Staff. So there are multiple developments those are now taking place after the retaliation carried out by Indian Armed Forces, and at 10:30 press conference will be done, and at 11 a.m. the cabinet meeting will take place. Before that, we can expect cabinet committee on security also to take place. Remember that PM Narendra Modi has also been monitoring each and every development. Throughout the night, he was keeping a close watch on Operation Sindoor. He was also being briefed by officials about minute-to-minute updates. National Security Advisor is also briefing him. So all the developments are taking place. Parallel meetings are underway, and India is very much ready to react back to any kind of eventuality created by Pakistan.
Do keep in mind, Pakistan is a trained professional army. It may be headed by a radical Islamist. It may have a lot of officers currently who are radical Islamists, but it still remains a trained and a professional army. In fact, it's actually a trained terrorist organization that has access to fighter jets, to the nuclear button, to submarines, to missiles, and to tanks and armored personal carriers. Look at this image that we've put out on your television screen. That's a satellite image of the 7th of May, and it shows you the damage on ground. And look at the difference between January 2025 and May 2025 when that building was taken down. The advantage of using PGMs or using precision-guided munition. Scalp. Scalp is a subsonic two-stage cruise missile. A cruise missile is almost surface-hugging when it moves forward. It can hit a target between 300 and 500 kilometers away. Very, very difficult to detect as far as the adversary's radars is concerned. It's Scalp, known as Storm Shadow in the United Kingdom, is fired off a Rafale aircraft. It's been used extensively in operations in Syria and in Lebanon, and now, of course, in Pakistan. But the use in Pakistan is there for you to see the impact in this war against radical Islamist terror. Now, the Scalp missile is a two-stage, explosive mechanism. It first penetrates...
I'm sure by now, most of us would have read the media invite, and it clearly says, and I repeat for that thing, just for a matter of fact, I repeat it. It clearly states that this is a press brief. As of now, in this press brief, no questions will be taken. So I request you, please adhere to it. And 10:25 we start. Request to please settle down. Thank you.
Go, 10:21 it is, 10:25 it starts. The Armed Forces briefing in just a short while from now. General Meston, as we wait for the briefing to take place, and if we were to see, this is extremely significant, the briefing that will be done, because this is where Pakistan's misinformation and disinformation will be put to rest. Okay, forces to brief on Operation Sindoor in just 3 minutes from now. Operation Sindoor, 2 women officers of the Indian Armed Forces are to brief the media on Op Sindoor. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will also be a part of this briefing. We are told Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi are to brief the media on Operation Sindoor. 2 women officers, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi, are to brief journalists on this briefing. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will also be there. So it's a statement that is being read out as of now. They're not taking questions, and there is a reason for it from what sources are telling India today, because there's a live operation that is currently underway. Remember, it's only phase 1 of the operation when India has targeted those terror training camps, launch pads and headquarters. Pakistan is waiting to strike back. I want to bring in Piyush. Piyush, very interesting, the Foreign Secretary and 2 lady officers to be a part of this briefing.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. In few minutes from now, very shortly, we will see the press briefing to begin. The officials from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Defence, they are going to be the part of this press briefing. They are going to tell the entire nation and also to the world the kind of actions which our armed forces have carried out against the terror sponsored by Pakistan, the terror activities of Pakistan, and the 9 targets those have been hit. Remember that since beginning we have seen all these officials, all the ministries working in tandem and holding series of meetings, and after 2 weeks we are now seeing retaliatory actions are being taken against Pakistan, and it was affirmed by the government that firm and decisive actions will be taken, and any minute from now we will see the press conference to begin. The officials have almost reached there. They are going to tell us about the operations. They are going to brief how the operations were carried out and what kind of achievements we have achieved, because we have made it very clear that we have not hit any civilian, we have not crossed the airspace. Also, we have carried out these operations in our own airspace. 9 targets have been hit where there are terrorist camps, and India in the past also has made it very, very clear that Pakistan is not only sponsoring but also funding the terror activities, and these
give me a moment,
camps are
Piyush. Let me
basically
also bring in Aishwarya Paliwal joining us on this broadcast. Aishwarya, no statement to be made, no questions. What are you picking up from your sources in the government on the next course of action?
Well, Gaurav, one thing is very, very clear. This was just phase 1. And we all know that the name Operation Sindoor, given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, is telling you the severity of what we should be expecting and what Pakistan, in fact, Gaurav, should be expecting. Because we have seen the precision with which the strikes have happened. Don't be surprised if we target the other masterminds also, because, Gaurav, that is what is the need of PR. We have seen the government also speaking about it. Enough killings of the puppets, enough killings of the pawns. We now need to go after the mastermind, and that is what is now expected. In fact, if you did see, the general of the army also in a tweet, just 4 letters, picture abhi baki hai. So these are the words that he's written, tweeted it out, giving out a stern message to Pakistan that this is the new India that you have tried to provoke, and now this is just the beginning.
Oh, interesting. You should point that out. Just as we wait for those images, General Meston, do you agree this is New India and a response by New India? That statement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi that's been pretty viral. Saugandh mujhe is mitti ki, main desh nahi jhukne dunga.
Absolutely, Gaurav. I think the Prime Minister's resolve and the national resolve clearly reflects the intent of India. And I think now we are very, very clear. I totally agree with the statement that Pakistan ki to mitti ko hum bhasam karke rahenge. We cannot accept this nonsense from this damn country. We have been accepting it for 3 decades. I think now the message has gone very clear. And if Pakistani tries something again today, or maybe in a day or 2, solid response will be there. Then we will just go all hell and leather. We will not spare anything, including their dams, Karachi airport, Karachi port, anything. Nothing will be left. We will just shatter this country, and there is so much happiness in Afghanistan. I am getting calls from there. Congratulations, General. Similarly, in Balochistan, in all these Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area, POK, there are celebrations. So, in essence, we are achieving a strategic, defined objective, which has been stated by the Prime Minister of India. We shall and we will wipe out terrorism from Pakistan at whatever cost it may be. We will not accept any nonsense more from this damn country. Sorry to use that word.
Okay, Sandeep. Is that the appreciation that a new template is set each time? But Pakistan also keeps upping the ante. After Pulwama, there was Pahalgam. So after Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balakot, there has now been not one. Remember, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, 1 terror training camp was targeted. Here, 9 targets, including the headquarters of 3 terrorist training centers.
Absolutely, Gaurav. In fact, not only is this, are these kinetic strikes unprecedented, but also the diplomatic and the political and the economic measures preceding these kinetic strikes have been unprecedented. So this is literally a kind of retaliation against Pakistan that we have never seen before, not since 1971, Gaurav, and certainly not after Kargil in 1999, and certainly not even after the parliament attack of 2001. So, as you rightly said, a new template has been established today in 2025, that it is not going to be, it's zero tolerance for terrorism emanating from Pakistan, especially when Indian civilians are targeted the way they were in Pahalgam, the largest loss of civilian lives in India after 26/11. This government has signaled the fact that it is not going to be business as usual when it comes with Pakistan-sponsored terrorism, Gaurav. And quickly to add to what General Meston said about the messages that he's receiving from Afghanistan, I'm sure there'll be messages pouring in from Iran as well very shortly, because Pakistan, as you know, Gaurav, has 4 neighbors. It shares borders with 4 other countries. 3 of those countries have accused Pakistan of harboring, sheltering and launching terrorists against them. Afghanistan, Iran and India. It's almost unprecedented anywhere else in the world that a country like this is addicted to terrorism as an instrument of state policy, Gaurav.
Okay, stay with me. More breaking news coming in. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has reached 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. So Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will now brief Prime Minister Narendra Modi. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has already briefed Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, that briefing was on virtually through this operation as it was on. We're told the CDS, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, has also briefed Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. A lot of inputs that are coming in from the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, from IB, and also from the Intelligence Bureau and the Research and Analysis Wing. So forces are to brief on Operation Sindoor in just a short while from now. Leaves of all para forces have been put on hold for now. Big development. So which means stand by. There will be escalation because there will be a response from that radical Islamist terror state. Once there's a response from that Islamic terror state, there will be a response from India. And that escalation ladder, trust me on this, the armed forces war game this virtually every year, every month at different levels, whether it's a level of a battalion, a brigade, a division, a corps, a command, or the entire army. And of course, the whole of the nation approach, and India's on top of that escalation ladder. When some people ask, what about that mad radical Islamist general who may then detonate a nuclear weapon? It's easier said than done. There are many systems of checks and balances. Piyush Mishra joins me with more on leaves being put on hold. Piyush, that's a very clear indication that India is prepared to retaliate to an escalation.
Well, absolutely, India is very much prepared to retaliate to any kind of escalation done by Pakistan. But yes, one thing is clear, that we have given a muh-tod jawab to Pakistan, which was assured by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and PM Narendra Modi. You would remember that soon after Pahalgam terror attack, Gaurav, Prime Minister had said that we will hunt, track and punish each and every terrorist and also their handlers. And after the retaliatory actions, those have been taken by India. Pakistan has also said that it will, respond back. So to retaliate back and also to, deal with the escalation that will be done by Pakistan. All leaves of paramilitary forces have now been cancelled. They have been called back, and that's a very big development which is right now taking place. Along with it, one more development. Let us tell to our viewers, Gaurav, that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, after getting brief from Chief of Defence Staff, is now here at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and he is there inside the Prime Minister's residence, and he has come here before Cabinet. So like we told our viewers that before the Cabinet meeting, which was scheduled to take place at 11 a.m., the Cabinet Committee on Security will also take place. So what we are now learning is that as the Defence Minister has reached here, other members of CCS will also come, like Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Foreign Minister, Foreign Affairs Minister S. Shankar, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and other officials like NSA and from Ministry of Foreign Affairs will also be the part of this CCS. So after CCS, then Cabinet meeting will take place. But for CCS meeting, Rajnath Singh is here, and big developments are now taking place. Any minute from now, we will also hear the press conference by the Indian government telling us about the 9 targets. Those have been hit. They are in Pakistan, 5 in POK, 4 in Pakistan. So big action has been taken by the government, and the press conference is also to begin. Before that, the leaders have started arriving here at Lok Kalyan Marg, and they are also going to tell Prime Minister about the developments those have so far taken.
Oh, absolutely. And stuff that is happening on ground right now. We are aware of some of the developments that are taking place. We want to tell you those developments, but we'd rather wait till those developments are officially confirmed by Government of India. The moment they're confirmed, we will put it out in public domain. You will hear some of it from the government, or you will hear from official service. Okay, we see the lady officers, Colonel Qureshi and Wing Vyomika, they've arrived, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary. Let's listen in to the Foreign Secretary first. As they test the audio system, wait for systems to be in place, because remember, it's not just India, the world is watching. Colonel Sofia Qureshi, you see in these images.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद ये भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें ये नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। ये हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः ये था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट TRF कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। ये उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें टीआरएफ के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में टीआरएफ की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो टीआरएफ जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में टीआरएफ के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहाँ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। ये स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि ये आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। ये कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। ये आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे। रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर ए तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर ए तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। आ गया सर, इम्पैक्ट
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability. As shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
A very strong statement made by Government of India giving details of this precision strike at 9 different locations to target Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. And if you saw that brief clipping, I'm sure it would have moved you too. Because for us, all of us reporters who've covered each and every one of these terrorist attacks and many on ground, whether it was an attack on the Indian Parliament, whether it was hijack of IC-814, whether it was the Akshardham temple that was attacked, whether it was 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks that we covered on ground and not just at the Taj, but at Cafe Leopold and at the Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus and at Ville Parle. That was Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, where terrorists came from that Murid Ke camp, where 4 missiles, if we were able to understand that briefing very correctly, 4 missiles struck that one after the other, 4 missile hits there at Murid Ke. And that was essential, because 30 years Pakistan terror has bled us. The camp at Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, again, a terrorist organization that has bled India for decades. And India very clearly said, you heard Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, non-escalatory, resolute, no military target, and not an effort to escalate this conflict. Sandeep, the ball very clearly is in Pakistan's court. They want to escalate. They can only target either civilians or the armed forces in India, and the consequences will be for them to bear perhaps even higher.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Very, very important words. The choice of words is extremely important in what Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said. The 4 words that he used were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsive. He's argued on the basis of India striking in self-defense, and he has given a long history of terror attacks emanating from Pakistan, and the infrastructure of terror that we've been talking about since yesterday is front and center here in his briefing. And he said that India had to strike at this terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan, which has been bleeding India for several years, right from the Parliament attack, 26/11, the Pulwama attacks, Uri, Bala, all of these attacks have been traced down to this terrorist infrastructure, and he has very clinically listed the reasons. He's made the case for why India struck all of these 9 targets and what India's measures are like. Measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsive. And the ball, as you said, Gaurav, is firmly in General Asim Munir's court.
General Meston, stay with me for a moment as I quickly bring in India Today's reporters, Piyush Mishra and Mosmi Singh, who join me on this broadcast. Mosmi, extremely significant, Colonel Sofia Qureshi, when she listed out details, she's a signals officer, and a very clear signal is being sent out to Pakistan that these are the places that have been targeted, and these are the reasons why they've been targeted, from the Sawal camp in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir down to Bahawalpur in Pakistan, South Punjab province of Pakistan.
Absolutely, you know, the presser, Gaurav, though no questions were taken, was extremely, balanced and calibrated and calculated, just like the response of the Indian forces, where 9 terrorist targets were in fact demolished. And the press briefing clearly outlined, Colonel Sofia Qureshi and Vyomika Singh clearly outlined that this was a retaliatory measure. It was extremely with extreme precision. 9 terror targets. They went on to explain each and every terror target, why it was the one to be on the radar in the 9 targets, and where it had contributed to attacking India's sovereignty.
Stay with me for a moment, and for the benefit of viewers who are joining us, this is the Kotli Gulpur camp that was targeted. This is 30 kilometers from the line of control, and I want to explain these images to you very clearly for a moment. So on that map, and this is an image that's been taken from an unmanned aerial vehicle, that UAV also gives you coordinates of how the UAV is being directed on top of this camp. This is Kotli Gulpur, and Kotli Gulpur is in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It's about 30 kilometers from the LC. It's opposite Rajouri. So it's south of Pir Panjal. And this was the camp where terrorists had trained before they attacked that bus in Riyasi. Remember, 9 Hindu pilgrims were targeted in this attack in Riyasi. And that Kotli Gulpur was the camp from where these terrorists had come. Watch these images very carefully. This is what it looked like earlier, and now this is the other one at Bimbar. Bimbar again is very crucial, the Barnala jungle camp. Now, this is a terrorist launchpad that we are aware of. This is a terrorist camp that incidentally is significant because in Bimbar, and again this Bimbar is south of Pir Panjal, where terrorists have been launched from here. There's a jungle warfare school for terrorists at the Bimbar camp. You're looking at the picture of that Bimbar camp before and that Bimbar camp right now when it is being targeted. There you watch a missile fall, and there you will see it just blows up. It goes up in flames. This only requires willpower to do it, to go up the escalation ladder. And the Narendra Modi government, after that Pahalgam attack where terrorists singled out Hindu tourists, killed the men in front of their wives, their children, and then said, "Jao, Modi ko bata dena." Words to that effect. This is the response. The one in the Saida Balal, Kotli Gulpur is the one that you see right now. And all 9 terror launch pads and training camps were listed out. And General Meston, with military precision, these camps were targeted, and General Meston, with military precision, that information has been put out in public domain. Signals officer used to send out a signal.
Absolutely, Gaurav. With military precision, everything has been done. And the fact of the matter is that the precision has also been the intelligence collected over a period of time from all possible assets, whether it is human intelligence, whether it is air surveillance, UAVs, etc. So with this precision-oriented intelligence, everything has been very precise. No collateral damage. But the best part is, we have to understand the significance of camps, and since one has operated in these areas of Kupwara, Tangdar, and of course Rajouri, Poonch, I recollect, Pakistan uses these training camps for indoctrination, small arms and weapons training. Thereafter, they move them to some other camps for jungle survival, and to some other camp for, communication, because they have been told how to communicate, etc. So this target has been very, very precision-oriented, and we have achieved our objectives, and brought out very clearly that no military targets have been attacked, and neither the population of Pakistan has been attacked. It is only the terror targets, and our intent is very clear. Just keep targeting these terrorist camps and these so-called terrorists who are...
And watch these images as I bring in Piyush for more details. Again, you see on the unmanned combat aerial vehicle, or the UAV, the unmanned aerial vehicle, you see the targeting of the Kotli Abbas camp. Again, it's 15 kilometers from the line of control in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And Piyush, the government is giving out all details, how these camps were targeted and why these camps were targeted. Each and every attack in India traced back to these camps and to the perpetrators, whether it's Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed or Hizbul Mujahideen, Piyush.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. And for the benefit of our viewers, I want to read out a very important statement which has been made by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and I quote him. He says, "It was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the Pahalgam attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan against terrorist infrastructure in its area." So that's what Foreign Affairs, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also stressed out, that despite giving multiple evidences, Pakistan was not acting, and it was the right of India to deal and tackle with these terrorists, and that is why these attacks have been carried out. One thing time and again has been made it very clear by the government, Gaurav, that no military facility has been attacked, no civilian has been targeted, and non-escalatory actions have been taken. But despite that, we are now seeing how Pakistan is crying foul. Now, as we are speaking, the cabinet meeting, Modi cabinet meeting is also underway, where CCS meeting has taken place, after which the official cabinet meeting is underway. More actions could be in pipeline, Gaurav, but before that, the government has also clarified the reason of carrying out these strikes against Pakistan. The biggest reason was that the terrorists tried to disrupt the normalcy which was returning back to Jammu and Kashmir. They also tried to create a sense of terror among the people, and that is why it was important to carry out such attacks. In fact, the sources in intelligence had also indicated government that more such attacks could be carried out, and that is why it was important to destroy these terror camps. And 5 terror camps in POK, 4 in Pakistan, and that's a big lesson which has now been taught to Pakistan. And the government has also clarified its intent that we will not let terror go unpunished. Every terrorist will be tracked, hunted and punished. In fact, their handlers will also be taken to the task. Gaurav.
Oh, I want our viewers now to see the image that we are getting from Sarjal. Remember, the targeting hasn't just been in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It's also been in Pakistan's Punjab province. But before I come to Pakistan's, talk about Muridke and Bahawalpur, I want to show you Sarjal Sialkot, not very far from the international border. And this is where those Pakistani terrorists on the other side of the international border were targeting Jammu and Kashmir police personnel. So they would train at the Sarjal camp. Sarjal, of course, is a major camp of the Hizbul Mujahideen. And there they would infiltrate into that Samba Katua belt, come into the Jammu Riyasi area, and they targeted 4 policemen. That is why this terror training camp was launched. Now I want to come after Sarjal Sialkot to the biggest hit among the 2 biggest hits. This is Markaze Muridke. Unimaginable. Trust me, unimaginable that Markaze Muridke, the headquarters of that professor of terror, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed. Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, incidentally, is a UN designated terrorist. Lashkar-e-Taiba is a UN designated terrorist organization, part of the 1267 Sanctions Committee, and yet Pakistan took no action against it. They would keep changing their name from Lashkar-e-Taiba to Jamaat-ud-Dawa to Muli Muslim League, float a political party, contest elections, but this is where they were training terrorists. Don't take my word for it. Hear it from David Coleman Headley, that double agent, that Pakistan-born American terrorist. He gave details about how he went to this Markaze Muridke for training and for meeting that Hafiz Sahab, as some called him, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed. This is where he went for that training. Now it's been destroyed. It's been decimated. And after hit 4, so not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 hit that. Okay, I'll come back to Bimbar for a moment. After Markaze Muridke, I wanted to take you to Bahawalpur, but then we also have to get you back to Bimbar in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And then Sandeep and I will decode this in greater detail with some of our military analysts and analysts. I'll tell you why. Because this perhaps is the biggest action against Pakistan's state-sponsored radical Islamist terror that's been taken. And yes, there will be consequences. But then when you are battling a radical Islamist terrorist organization, you have 2 options. Either you continue, you go down on your knees, let them shoot you at point-blank range, and you'll then accept it, like we did for decades. Or you hit back, and he will hit back, but then you hit him back harder so that then he does not dare to hit you again, because you are far superior. You know, we need to just realize how strong we are and how strong we need to become. The more you increase your power, the more he will retreat. That is the only way to deal with a bully. Remember, and I want to take you for a moment as I show you these images of Bimbar, even Maryada Purushottam Shri Ram, for 3 days, he sat in front of the ocean and said, please let me pass, with his hands folded. But the ocean didn't give him way. When he took out his bow and arrow, that's the time the ocean said, I'll tell you, Lord Ram, the way to cross. It's only through strength you make the world listen to you. And Rashtrakavi Ramdhari Singh Dinkar has articulated this very well. This is the Sanatan philosophy of this country, and perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi is practicing what that Sanatan philosophy of this country is. Look at those images on Bimbar, how Bimbar was targeted. I want to, before I bring in Sandeep Unnithan, I want to show you Bahawalpur, because Bahawalpur actually, when you see the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters being targeted, Markaz-e Subhanallah, that's the time, that's the place where you have radical Islamist terrorists being trained, indoctrinated to target your country and mine. And not once, not twice, but repeatedly. From Pathankot. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave access to Pakistan's ISI. Come to Pathankot, investigate. ISI, come, investigate. You know why? So that they would take action against these radical Islamist terrorists. But Pakistan did not. They registered an FIR in Gujranwala, but they did not take action. This action has followed. And Sandeep, very crucial action has followed, something that will have an impact for a very long time in the psyche of that Pakistani Punjabi Musalman terrorist mindset. It will have an impact whether it's in Bahawalpur or in Abpara or Islamabad Pindi.
Absolutely, Gaurav, and you actually nailed it. You know, it's one of those amazing geopolitical twists, that how a supposed cause of Kashmir became a Punjabi Muslim cause over the last few decades. After the early days of insurgency in Jammu and Kashmir, it became a terrorist operation operating out of Punjab. And today, I think, Gaurav, the biggest message that the government of India has sent through these airstrikes, these 9 attacks, is that 4 of these locations were inside Pakistan's Punjab province. They're in the districts of Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot and Narowal. This is the first time after the 2019 Balakot attacks that India has attacked the mainland Pakistan targets, mainland terrorist infrastructure present in territory that is outside of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is a very, very, very big symbolic messaging, Gaurav, and this actually tells you that how the Pakistan army has over the last few decades converted Punjab into this infrastructure of terror, where all of the main groups, whether it's the Lashkar or the Jaish, they all have that infrastructure of terrorism. They have their training camps, they have their indoctrination camps, then they have their launch pads right there in Punjab.